predominantly abortion rights and democracy. Has it given her a significant boost among Democratic partisans and moderates and a clear edge over the Republicans?
Yes, it has. Again, this honestly surprised me when I first saw the exit polls an hour ago. I had no idea that there would be this much concern about democracy as voters indicated today. And that's a big advantage for Harris. Abortion's a big advantage for Harris. The two issues that work for Trump are the economy, because people worry about the state of the economy under Joe Biden, and immigration, which is a big plus for the Republican Party. And if you watch Donald Trump's speeches during the campaign, he talks about the immigration problems in every appearance he's made in the last few months. And he probably has a decisive advantage on issue in the same way that Harris has a decisive issue on reproductive rights and abortion.
Well, thanks so much, Brad, for helping us make sense of what's going on as far as Battleground US is concerned. We also have with us Jennifer, who's a Republican strategist, joining us on the broadcast at the moment. Jennifer, there's been a lot of talk about the Harris campaign's struggles with black voters lately. And many say that black voters, specifically male voters, are now leaning towards Donald Trump. Can you lay out what the struggle looks like? And are we talking about black people leaving the Democratic Party en masse? What have you been picking up on from the Republican aides?
I think the question you asked me was about black voters and the Democratic Party. I'm right now at a Democratic watch party here in Florida, and there are a lot of black voters here. Clearly, the Democrats don't have many problems, but also earlier today in West Palm Beach, I did see a group of blacks for Trump. And we do know that young black males have been voting for Trump in large numbers, according to a lot of the data we've seen, and that it has been a rather surprise. It's been a challenge for Kamala Harris, and I know she made a specific pitch to those voters. We're going to see what the turnout's like and how she does with those voters, but certainly just from this party here, there are a lot of black Democratic voters here in West Palm Beach, of course, Donald Trump's hometown, and in a state he is likely to win.
Many people have been speaking to say that the Democrats are going to be dealt quite the obstacle race in Florida, and by all means, they should not cling on to hopes of winning there.
Florida has really kind of become a reliable Republican state, but let me bring somebody in here who can talk to you about the Democratic perspective. I have with me Dr. Robin Cox-Levitt-Franklin here with me. She is here at this watch party waiting to hear results about whether her niece is going to become a state's attorney. She is a lawyer herself. What is it like being a Democrat in Florida today?
Oh, it's challenging. However, it's not that we're against Trump. We're just for Kamala. We're for democracy. As people here in the world, on the planet, we can all live together. We can even agree to disagree. But we do it with respect for each other, with integrity. And that is what Kamala Harris brings to the table. My niece Alexis Cox, that's what she brings to the table. Hard work, due diligence, integrity. And you can go a long way with that. So it's not that we are against anyone. We want to unite everyone and work this thing together.
And what do you think will happen if Donald Trump does win?
I think it'll be sad if there's violence, because I think that what happened on January 6th is just awful. And to see even something slightly like that happening again, and we turn Americans against Americans, that would be dysfunctional as a country, and just something that we would not want the world to see as United States of American citizens.
And do you think Kamala Harris has a challenge with black male voters?
The black male voters that I know are Harris voters, okay? However, I don't know what the disconnect is. It may be chauvinistic. It may be a woman. She's black and she's a woman, which has been a double-edged sword in my lifetime as an American.
Thank you.
I understand that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Cox-Powell. Back to you. Obviously, a lot of enthusiasm here as we wait for results to come in.
Well, Jennifer, brace yourself. We will, of course, revert to you for regular updates during the course of the night. All told, Kamala Harris's defenders, in fact, that's something that's been echoed. They see a candidate who, despite an unfavorable national environment, has given her party a chance, a far better situation than Democrats actually found themselves in when Harris took over the nomination just a few short months ago. Joining us from Texas now, we have Huma Iqbal. Huma, what's happening in Texas at the moment? Is it all for Trump, or let's give Kamala Harris a chance sort of spin?
So as we all know that Texas has been a red state, but a lot has changed over the years, especially the last 2020, post-pandemic. We are seeing signs of blue coming in and creeping in, especially in places like Houston, Austin, San Antonio. A lot of immigrants, especially a lot of Indian population, resides in these places. I did speak to a few women, and I wish I could get them on air, but they did speak about reproductive rights and how they would vote for banning the abortion laws and changing them largely. And as we all know that. This is one of the biggest and hugest concern that everybody, especially women, face over here, especially in the state of Texas, that they have to travel out, they have to undergo a lot of issues, and just because of the views that the other parties have, the Republican parties have, with the orthodox Christian values of against abortion. So yes, I think Texas does want to see a change, but seems like it that as we're seeing in the results that Trump is leading. So we don't know yet what is going to happen.
Well, thanks so much. We will revert to you for regular updates. Let's also bring in Anand Ahuja, who joins us on NDTV at the moment. Anand is the Vice President for Indian Americans for Trump. Mr. Ahuja, are you excited?
I am always excited, and I am a very optimistic person.
On that note, let me ask you, what is it that Donald Trump brings to the table that you think Kamala Harris doesn't?
Okay, before I respond to that question, there are a couple of points which I observed when your other panelists were talking. First of all, the democracy issue was raised by, I'm not a pollster, but Brad was mentioning about the democracy. In fact, democracy is at stake is one of the biggest concerns of Republicans. If you see the way two impeachments of Trump took place and the false cases were framed against Donald Trump, Democrats never accepted Donald Trump as president of the United States. If you see the riots on January 21st, 2017, at the time of Donald Trump's inauguration, so basically democracy is at stake is actually one of the main concerns of Republicans. Republicans are the one who have been accusing that election is rigged in this particular country. So that's one thing. Secondly, you mentioned about blacks leaving Democratic Party and going towards Republican. There is another very major community, a vote bank, that is of Indians. Indians traditionally, they used to vote for Democrats, and now they have started shifting from Democratic Party to the Republican Party, and one of the reasons for that is
why have Indians made that switch from the Democrat to the Republican?
I'm coming to that. So one of the reasons blacks as well as Indians leaving Democratic Party and moving towards the Republican Party is basically because of Donald Trump. If you see Donald Trump's policy, and that was your question to begin with. So Donald Trump brings on the table, number one, the issue in this country is immigration, legal immigration versus illegal immigration. So if you see that Biden's policies were open border, letting all illegal immigrants to come to this country, with the result, if you see legal immigrants, basically, they had to feel that burden taxes have gone up because of unnecessary expenditure what we are incurring on illegal immigrants. Now the question is, when a person is on H-1B visa legally here, is to apply for green card, has to wait for 120 to 130 years. If I have to bring my brother as a US citizen to the United States, he has to wait for 30 years if he has to come through legal ways. However, the same brother, if I ask him to come illegally in the country, within 1 week, my brother can get work permit. So Donald Trump's policy is that is not against immigrants. He is saying that it should be legal immigration. Especially,
but in that process, while advocating for legal immigration, he has also made some unsubstantiated claims that claim that an inflated number of immigrants came in illegally under Joe Biden, which is not true. There has been,
that's
yes,
fact.
an
Oh,
influx.
that's fact. If you see today in United States, first of all, you compare illegal immigrants coming to United States to southern border during Trump's time, during Barack Obama's time, and illegal immigrants coming today through during Biden's time. I live in New York City. New York City is considered as a sanctuary city. If you come here and you see here how many illegal immigrants here, they get everything free. On whose money?
You're from New York, I must also.
As compared to that, give me 1 minute, okay?
Sure.
As compared to that, Trump's policy is that you basically give preference to STEM visa, that is science, technology, engineering, and math category people, professional. To the extent Trump has gone to say that these foreign graduates come here, they get degree from us, and they go to their home country and they become our competitors. Why not to give them green card at the time when we are giving them their diploma? So at the time of convocation, let's give them their green card also. So that's Trump's policy. And we Indians, we are basically very hardworking people. We pay our taxes in time. We are professionals. For us, Trump is basically what he's talking is for the benefit of we Indian. Secondly, if you see US-India relationship also, during Biden's time, Biden invited Modi to White House, but 1 day before that, he invites Khalistani leaders. So I personally believe that was insult to Modi. 1 day before Modi is coming to White House, the Khalistani leaders are invited to White House. If you see Pannu's case, if you see what has happened in Canada, now attack on Hindu temple. So all these policies, if you see, they are leftist policies, which are basically causing a big harm to Indo-US relationship also. So that's another reason
that the Trump campaign has been echoing time and again in the run-up to this election as well. I'd also like to rope in Emma Rangaswamy at the moment, who's the founder of Indiaspora. Sir, as things stand, the current state of play, Trump has already claimed that there's been massive cheating happening in Philadelphia just about an hour ago. Trump's team has already begun laying the groundwork for a potential challenge by preemptively accusing the Democrats of cheating. As things stand at the moment, is Donald Trump the right choice to lead the United States of America? What do you think?
I think let the people decide. I don't want to take sides. I'm an independent. I voted today myself in California. And my thing is let the people speak. So accusations have to be proven. So we'll have to wait. The attorney in Pennsylvania said, hey, no screwing around. And let's see if there's anything hanky-panky happens, that action will be taken. So evidence needs to be given on any of these accusations.
Right. In terms of the big issues that have emerged, we know immigration and economy have been the Republicans' sort of strong point. What do you think has really worked for Kamala Harris and her team? What are the moves, besides acting on personal freedoms like abortion rights, what do you think has really worked in her favor in terms of her strengths?
I think several things have stood out. One, obviously, is reproductive rights has been a big deal. Second, she seems to have energized the younger people because there's a definite age difference between the two candidates of 20 years. And that shows when you see these people on television or you meet them. So I think younger people are more energized, women are more energized, and the Indian community, even though the previous gentleman said some people have moved to the Republican side, what we are hearing is a good majority of the Indian Americans are still voting for Kamala Harris.
And I must also say that obviously the Indian Americans and the black vote bank cannot be treated as a monolith. But many political watchers are asserting that the argument that Kamala Harris has underperformed, it can be disputed. But, they have also highlighted how Donald Trump's entire rhetoric has been quite vile this time around. Lots of projections are out. I must run you through CNN's early projections at the moment. CNN has projected Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia going to Trump. As far as Harris is concerned, blue Vermont has been attributed to Harris. The Associated Press has called its first states, and there are no surprises so far. Kamala Harris has become the latest Democrat to actually win Vermont, which is a party stronghold, so no surprises there. Donald Trump has won Indiana, Kentucky, and West Virginia, all red states. The AP has not yet called swing states Georgia and South Carolina, but I must warn you, don't let the early results on election night fool you. Delayed absentee ballot counts in key swing states could tilt how the presidential race ultimately shakes out. So hang on, brace yourselves. We're going to be with you through this bumpy ride, slipping into a very short break for now.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think There are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party,
Welcome back to our rolling coverage as America now counts. The voters have spoken. It has been a very heatedly contested elections. And now the counting has begun. Whether it is going to be Kamala Harris, history being made if she wins, a woman, first woman president of the United States, if the voters have given their verdict in favor of Kamala Harris, or whether it's going to be Donald Trump again. And remember, interestingly, it was Donald Trump last time who beat Hillary Clinton and made sure that Kamala Harris, if she wins, then becomes the first woman president. So both of them standing once again at the precipice of history. And in United States, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be a very long night. Remember, the results, all the counting is on, but the results may not be out. In fact, tonight itself, it's a process which is going to take some time, and we'll track every detail here on NDTV. So let's start with the headlines we are tracking at this moment. Early indications, Democrat lead battleground state of Pennsylvania. Republican candidate and former President Donald Trump says we will win Pennsylvania, we will win the whole. As we said, NDTV World is your destination, ladies and gentlemen, for the 360-degree view of the American elections. We, in fact, started when the voting started early morning. It's late evening, and my colleague Gauri Dwivedi is joining us from Washington, D.C. Gauri, what a fascinating day has this been, and it is going to be a very long night, early morning and long night, and even this may not ensure that tonight the results are going to be out completely, isn't it?
Absolutely, Ankit, and in fact, it's a great broadcast to have at a time when election results are coming in, even as in some places counting is still going on. So welcome to all the viewers to this very special broadcast. Ankit in the studio giving us all the minute-by-minute updates that are coming in on his laptop and computer, and of course me filling in with some of the other big picture developments that are happening. Ankit, extremely important as we talk that behind me, I am in fact at Howard University. Behind me is supposed to be the big watch party in the event that Kamala Harris wins this election. Historic in many ways for her, and also the messaging extremely important for her. And just when we were about to start this show, the DJ started, and the one thing he started, what he said when he started this, his tune was that if you want to create black history with me, join in. And that's exactly what this moment will end up being. If Kamala Harris does go on to win this election, she will create history in many ways. And behind me, you can see some of that action picking up, but still early. It's still early, of course, for any celebrations to begin in, as only early trends coming in right now. Ankit.
Early trends coming in at this moment, in fact, as Gauri was telling us. But Gauri, you know, like you said, it is, of course, history in making. Whichever way you look at it. Last time it was Donald Trump who stopped Hillary Clinton from becoming the first woman US president. Kamala Harris standing at the same precipice. And the election, of course, from range of issues, economy to immigration. But, you know, the latest polls suggest democracy and the state of democracy remains at the top of the agenda for the voters.
Indeed, a third of the voters seem to have found democracy being a very important pivot in this election. And that's extremely important given the fact that Kamala Harris's campaign, which was effectively 100 days old, focused totally on democracy. Her entire campaign was about that if I don't come to power, then there's a fascist regime that comes to power. If Democrats are not voted in, then the whole campaign will be about, you know, the next administration will focus around sending 1 crore or 10 million immigrants back, even if it cost about $88 billion to American taxpayers. So that was essentially Kamala Harris's big campaign around democracy. And if a third of the voters found it appealing, it resonated with them, I think it's a success for her, given that she only had about 100 odd days to put that in place.
Right, Gauri, you know, I'm just going to come back to you, but let me also introduce our other colleagues, those who are tracking these developments in United States. Jennifer joins us from Florida, and we have Tony just joining us at this moment as well. Good evening, ladies. Before I come to you, in fact, let's just take a look very quickly at some of the projections that are coming in at this moment to the race of the White House. In fact, exit polls have also started coming in with exit polls also still predicting a very tight race. So for the NBC News, in fact, is predicting 48% for Kamala Harris and for 44% for Donald Trump. If you go across to, in fact, other exit polls like the CNN, 42% for Trump, 46% for Kamala Harris. Meanwhile, at this moment, in fact, a lot depends on what happens in the swing states. Jennifer, if I may come to you at this moment, Donald Trump is camped in Florida. What has been the reaction so far with the early indications which are coming in, specifically with Pennsylvania, when people are talking about leads coming in favor of the Democrats? How is the Republican camp reacting to that?
Well, Donald Trump is in Mar-a-Lago. J.D. Vance is there with him. There is a private watch party going on there. I understand that there have been a lot of cars going in and out of Mar-a-Lago today. I think a lot of advisors talking to Donald Trump about how to handle the rest of the evening. There is a large watch party set up at the Palm Beach Convention Center. Thousands of journalists from around the world, lots of Trump supporters in town waiting to see what will happen. Pennsylvania is going to take a very, very long time to call on kits. So the early numbers sometimes come from the cities, and they will be pro-Democrat, and you have to wait. In 2020, it took 4 days to call Pennsylvania, and that, of course, when it went to Biden, gave him the presidency. So we know that these are early days yet. So far, what we've seen happen have been pretty reliable states going to the people, going to Trump and Harris as we believe they should have gone. But it is going to be, as you said, a very, very long night, and Kip, as people's democracy. Trump's message was, I will fix it. I'll fix immigration. I'll fix the economy. I'll make America better again, as he has said over and over. And the question is, how many Americans are going to vote for that? How many Americans turned out for him? We know the turnout today here in Florida has been tremendous, and early turnout was tremendous. How that's all going to pan out across the country, well, we're going to find out in the next couple of hours. The polls closed here only half an hour ago. We still have a couple of time zones to go before the rest of the United States is finished.
That's right. But Tony, if I may come to you, Tony Waterman is joining us from Arizona. You know, while we are talking at this moment, the projection at this moment, in fact, if I can take it the leads, Donald Trump is projected to cross 270, while Kamala Harris somewhere around 260. Does that give Donald Trump and the entire Republican campaign a lot of heart that they are at this moment at the precipice of history? Like I said, he stopped first woman president with Hillary Clinton at that time, and now, of course, another woman president with Donald Trump. And if these projections come true, he's going to stop that again.
Yeah, I mean, we're still very, very early in counting the votes here in the United States. So any trajectory that Donald Trump may look on for the 270 is far from guaranteed. It will take just a couple of these swing states to swing in either direction for either of these candidates to win. Here in Arizona, we still have about 20 minutes left before the polls close. This is one of the 7 battleground states in this election cycle, and it is going to be very, very tight. So officials here are saying it could take nearly 2 weeks to count every single one of the ballots that have come in the early voting process, and then also today, and also those ballots that were requested weeks ago that people are just having time now to drop off. Part of the reason why this is going to take such a long time potentially is because the ballot here in Arizona is exceptionally long. We're talking 2 pages front and back that need to be filled out, all of these little circles by hand. That's going to take a long time. Also, officials saying there could be 500,000 early ballots that are brought in today, that their signatures are going to have to be verified, and that there are 5 days for any discrepancies to be resolved. So any notion that the voting is going to be done tonight, I don't think a lot of people believe that, particularly here in Arizona, but across the United States and in these swing states where we are expecting some razor-thin races here. So in Arizona, Biden won this state. It was his narrowest victory back in 2020. We're talking about fewer than 10,500 votes. So this is important that every single vote is counted when you're talking about margins that are potentially going to be that thin. So I think any notion that Donald Trump is on a clear path to victory right now, or Kamala Harris for that matter, is ill-advised at this point in the night.
Those numbers are premature, of course, because there are still some parts of America which are voting, even as some parts are, of course, counting. But a couple of important updates before we go back to our reporters. One is that Kamala Harris has won the very blue states of Delaware and New Jersey, as was expected. Nothing that is out of what the expectation was as far as her kitty. But the important part, of course, is Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina, where voting has just ended. Their early trends are yet to come in. The second important bit, Arkansas, again, a state that was expected to go to the Republicans, has gone. Donald Trump has won that. And not since Bill Clinton won it that it actually swung. So these are all expected victories that are coming in, but it's important to keep reflecting that. But there are 2 important firsts that our viewers must know. One is that Andy Kim has become the first Korean American to be elected to Senate. And the second is Risa Blunt Rochester has become the first black female senator from Delaware. Delaware is an extremely blue state, but these are all firsts that we must keep telling our viewers as we keep waiting for those big numbers, isn't it, Ankit? What really happens to the states that will decide the next president, whether it's Georgia, whether it's Pennsylvania, or even North Carolina, that seems to be in play right now.
Right. So, I mean, of course, like, our reporters are also telling us, it is quite early at this moment to even indulge in any kind of conjecture. Of course, a lot of exit polls have started putting their projections out, but it will take, and I was just going through Twitter or X, in fact, and former President Obama has also put a post out saying that it is going to be a slow process. So be patient and be, in fact, the process is going to take a lot of time before, in fact, there can be any decisive verdict that can be, at this moment, be drawn on what is happening. We'll go across to Natasha. Also, she's joining us from Philadelphia in Pennsylvania to try and get a sense of this important swing state. Like Tony was talking about Arizona, Pennsylvania, of course, all eyes there as well. But before we do that, Gauri, very quickly, if I may come to you at this moment, right in the run-up to this election, we saw how divided and how polarized this entire campaign was. It was a very aggressive Donald Trump taking on Kamala Harris, both sides trading charges. It seemed there was nothing off the table. Now, after almost the voting is done across the United States, how is the mood? Have the tempers come down? Are people now, in fact, what are they looking forward to once election is over? Because there is a real worry that there could still be some sort of uncertainty even when the results start coming in, given the history what happened last time.
Indeed, of course, Ankit, and we'll put that, in fact, to our guests as well, who will be joining us in terms of what happens next. Whether this vitriolic political climate that many say is actually very new for America, will that subside, or will this really start a new wave of political landscape being very fractured, or some would even say broken, simply because the two sides of the aisle refuse to see eye to eye on any major issue, whether it is immigration, whether it is economy, whether it's abortion, any of the major issues. There is just no way that any consensus can happen. And that's something that a lot of experts going into these results also said, that irrespective of who comes to power, with a very broken Congress, what may happen is that the next president, instead of wasting time in trying to get some sort of a consensus, will just have to exercise powers to issue a lot more executive orders. That doesn't bode well for the world's oldest democracy, but that just tells you the broken political landscape that exists right now in America, only part of which is likely to be healed after these results that come in, hopefully later in the night, and not spill over till tomorrow.
Right. Let's also, in fact, introduce Chris, our colleague who's joining us from Michigan at this moment. Chris, coming to you at this moment, just give our viewers a sense of what are the projections, early projections as far as Michigan is concerned. A lot of Arab Muslims and progressive Americans were divided on how to vote as they face a difficult choice. So at this moment, after the voting has ended, what are some early projections? What is the chatter around?
Yeah, we're going to have to see what the early projections are. I spent the morning in Dearborn, which is home to the first Arab American majority city in the U.S. as of 2023. And a lot of the voters I spoke to on the ground didn't even want to talk on camera, but they are so emotional and so charged about the war in Gaza and what's happening in the Middle East, because a lot of them have family members there, and they just said that they could not vote for any candidate that would continue the killing. So whether they voted for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, we'll have to wait and see how it turns out in the numbers. But I can tell you that right here in Detroit, where I am, and the vote counting is actually taking place across the street from me at the convention center. So if a major city like Detroit gets its count done tonight, we could hopefully see the results that come in from Michigan. Now, I can tell you that Kamala Harris is outperforming Joe Biden in the affluent county of Oakland, which is just north of Detroit. So she's doing better than Biden did in 2020 in the early returns. And that's really the key for Kamala Harris in Michigan. She has to run up the margins in the urban areas and the suburbs, the reliably blue areas of the state, because Donald Trump is going to win overwhelmingly in the rural counties that have gone red since his election in 2016.
Right. Let's also bring in Natasha Swani, our colleague who's joining us from the very important battleground state of Pennsylvania. Natasha, all eyes, of course, would be on Pennsylvania. It's a must-win state for Kamala Harris. There is no road to White House for her. All right, let's quickly go across to Gauri first. She has an important update at this moment.
No, actually, Ankit, I wanted to ask Chris this question, which is that when he says that the war is set to have an impact on the result, the question I want to ask Chris is it going to lead to a lot of undecided voters, in which case whom does it benefit, or is it leading to Trump actually heading and making great inroads into a vote bank which was traditionally very, not in favor of the Republican Party and most certainly not Trump?
I think we've lost Chris. We'll go across to him, and Gauri will take that question once again, because that's a very important point that you made, because at least with what is happening in Gaza, we saw so much protest taking place in the United States, people not very happy with the Biden administration's handling as far as that war is concerned. How much has that impacted the choice for specifically for the Arabs, those who are there, the Muslims, those who are there, especially in a state or in a city like Michigan? But let me very quickly go across back to Natasha. She is in Pennsylvania. Natasha, all eyes on Pennsylvania. As I was saying earlier, there is no road for Kamala Harris to White House, which excludes Pennsylvania. How is it looking at this moment? What are the early trends suggesting?
Well, we are right now at a young Republican watch party in the heart of Philadelphia, one of Pennsylvania's largest cities. And we're watching a group of young Republicans and older Republicans watch the race on Fox Network, and we're joined by someone who's lived in Philadelphia for a very long time. How do you think it's looking for your candidate, Donald Trump?
Donald Trump will make this country better than it ever will be. He'll save our country. He must win, or this country's over.
But do you think he has a chance of winning Pennsylvania, which in the past has also gone to Joe Biden in the previous election cycle?
Well, I think he has a chance. If it ain't rigged again, he should win.
So far, the allegations of rigging have come out to be false. So, we don't know whether rigging has actually happened in Pennsylvania, but you're still hoping for your candidate.
Yeah, wait, what you say? I couldn't hear you.
No worries. So that was our first Trump supporter. We're also going to go across to someone else to get his perspective. And we're joined by a young Republican member. You've been a member of the Young Republican Party since you were in high school.
Yeah, I've been a young Republican pretty much for my whole entire life. But I really started getting involved in politics in 2016, right before 2016, 2015, just due to the change in politics with an outsider like Donald Trump.
Young Republicans and Republicans are still a minority in Philadelphia and in this area. How are you making inroads, and why do you think Donald Trump does have a chance in Pennsylvania?
Yeah, that's a great question. Philadelphia is a deep blue city. Pennsylvania is a blue state, but over the last 4 to 8 years, we have seen more higher enthusiasm for the Republican Party across Pennsylvania here in Philadelphia. And I think the big thing is that the reason why there's more Republicans there's more voters going to the Republican Party is because the Republican Party has now transitioned to be the working class party. There's more young people, there's more diversity within the party. It's not the old white men class, which it was back in the Bush era. And just that alone sets the difference for why more people want to come and join the Republican Party.
And yet, often when Donald Trump speaks, he puts off immigrants, he puts off women, he puts off minorities because of the language that he uses, often very abrasive language. How do you respond to that as a young man yourself?
Yeah, I would say the big thing with him is that the reason why he's so appealing to voters is that he speaks like the average American when it comes to the dinner table. He is not politically correct. He says it how it is. Yes, he might go too far on certain things, but he's not politically correct. And I think that's why there has been such a high enthusiasm, especially for younger people, like people in my age group. We're just used to the status quo of politicians and everything. A lot of us who have older siblings or young parents and everything, we see the reality of what the status quo has done here in America, and that's why I think Donald Trump is becoming more appealing to the younger population, because we just want change and everything. And yes, change might be looked down upon for folks that are not in the status quo, but that's just the reality.
So there we are with the young Republican talking about the change that he wants to see in this country. What we are hearing from a lot of people is that change is also an economic change. A lot of people are watching inflation. A lot of young men believe they can't really actually proceed with like buying a house or really going on to build a family because there's not enough economic support. Whether or not Donald Trump is better on that or Kamala Harris remains to be seen. But either which way, Pennsylvania remains a big prize, and it's too early in the night to say which way it'll go.
Absolutely. Which way Pennsylvania will go is really a million-dollar question. And Alistair, before I come to you, you are in Virginia at a very important watch party. There are a lot of Indian Americans there and an important seat. Let me quickly tell our viewers that the states that Kamala Harris has won so far, claimed so far, Illinois, Delaware, New Jersey, Vermont, Maryland, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, all blue states on expected lines. The states that Donald Trump has won so far: Arkansas, Florida, Indiana, West Virginia, Kentucky, South Carolina, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Alabama, and Mississippi. Again, on expected lines. Nothing so far that is out of what was expected and predicted. The next, of course, remains to be seen which way the swing states go. Let me now get in Alistair to tell us what's the mood like, in fact, at a very important watch party. Lots of Indian Americans there. There are some very important names that are also in the play. Virginia is as blue as it gets, Alistair, but tell us what's really the mood like in that watch party, and what are Indian Americans really expecting in this election?
So, Gauri, I'm at a watch party for an Indian American who might become the first, and lots of supporters here, for Chhath Subramaniam. He is poised to become the first U.S. congressman from the East Coast. So these are some of his supporters here, all Democratic. They've been watching the results coming in. We've got a big screen up as well. So we're going to try and get some kind of idea on what they feel about what's happened so far. So this is Aiden. Aiden, some of those results coming in predictable, but are you nervous?
I am a little nervous, but I think it's going to mirror what happened in 2020, where a lot of the early votes were going to skew to the Republican side and the Republican ticket, what Bernie Sanders called the red mirage. And then I think when those mail-in votes come in, it's going to turn more towards Harris. So I'm cautiously optimistic.
All right, we have Zoe here, and we also have Melina. They have voted for the first time in this election cycle, both studying political science and government. Zoe, Aiden here, a bit concerned about some of the results coming in. We've also heard that the West Virginia, one of the Senate seats there, flipping from Democrat to Republican. How do you feel?
Overall, nationally, I feel pretty confident still. It's really great to be in this bubble here with Chhath for Virginia. But with West Virginia, of course, there's some concerns seeing Republicans flip the seat, but with Joe Manchin retiring, I think we all kind of saw that coming, and hopefully we can make up some ground in other states where the polls are still yet to close.
Okay, you're seeing it on the brighter side of things, at least for now. Zoe, what about you? You've voted for the first time. What was it? What were the issues, or that one key issue that really moved you? Because the exit poll that has just come out talks about how democracy has been on the top of the list, but so far we've been hearing about the economy. So to me, at least, that was somewhat of a surprise. Yes, democracy was in the mix, but democracy was up there for people. What was it for you, though?
Definitely for me was the immigration topic. Coming from immigrant parents, I basically represent my parents in the political world. I inform them, and I also inform everyone else, especially about immigration. I have many immigrant friends who are now, worried about this election. Everyone's pretty nervous about the election, but yeah.
And of course, you're here supporting Chhath Subramaniam, likely to become the first Indian American US congressman from the East Coast. The Economist magazine giving him an award, saying that he has a chance of winning this 98 of 100 times. So pretty high there. How do you feel about that with Chhath coming into fray now?
I think Chhath is going to be a phenomenal congressman. I think taking over for Jennifer Wexton, he's the perfect guy to pass the torch off to. He was great for Virginians at the state level, so he's going to be great at the federal level as well.
All right, so we're going to leave it there for you guys. Thank you so much. Very patriotic with your flags. Woo, yes, indeed. Giving it back to you, Gauri, at Howard University.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so as we've been saying, you'll get the best window seat to whatever is happening in the United States elections here on NDTV World. Our colleagues are spread all across. In fact, I was just in news coming in that Donald Trump has won Florida, his home state, so it's expected that he will win a red state. But let's just take an overall picture at this moment, ladies and gentlemen. Where do we stand? It might take a few days before every vote is counted in United States, but where do we stand at this moment? 538, of course, that's the Electoral College, and out of that you need 270 to win the race to White House. At this moment, Donald Trump has secured 101 Electoral College. If you want to understand it simply, that these are the number of seats that Donald Trump has won, and Kamala Harris at 71. The blues that you see at this moment on your screen, that represents the Democrats, Kamala Harris. The reds, of course, is Donald Trump. So at this moment, 172 out of 538. What are the chances of winning for both these candidates? Let's very quickly take a look at that. At this moment, Donald Trump's chances of winning with what has happened so far, 172, and the remaining number of seats. If this projection continues, if this speed in fact continues, if the conversion rate for Donald Trump continues, he has 54% chance of winning the 2024 presidential election, while Kamala Harris at this moment with 71 already won by her. Vice President Kamala Harris stands at 46%. So it will be, as I said, though it is just the chances of winning according to what has happened so far and the number of seats which are left. So in no way at this moment, this is a decisive indication, but it just gives you a sense of where, or at least which way is this election heading. But then, as we have been talking about, it will all boil down to some very crucial swing states, 7 of them, and we'll keep getting the updates. Time for us to slip into a very quick break. We are coming back. Stay tuned.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card, and earn reward with top brand.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का। छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
Corruption first on the agenda and nation first.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Welcome back. You're watching our rolling coverage of US election. Counting is underway, and as we speak, the latest update that's coming from a very crucial state, that's Georgia, where Donald Trump is leading Kamala Harris by 12%. Georgia is extremely crucial, a state that Joe Biden flipped by a very narrow margin. If Donald Trump is able to retain and bring it back into the Republican fold, it brightens his chances. Over the course of next 30 minutes, we'll cover the latest updates in the US election. Let's now at least, Ankit, let me hand it back to you in the studio for headlines at this hour.
Thanks, Gauri. Let's very quickly take a look at the top headlines at this hour. Early poll forecast shows Trump crossing 270. Donald Trump leads with 101 electoral votes. Kamala Harris leads in 71 electoral votes. CNN projection, Trump win Arkansas. CNN is projecting that former president will win Arkansas. PA voting site searched by dogs after a bomb threat. A bomb threat has been prompted by the evacuation of the government building in Westchester, Pennsylvania. Democrats lead in red state of Kansas. Trouble for Donald Trump in the red state. As Gauri was saying, this is the live and continuous coverage of the elections in United States. The votes have been casted and now it's time for the counting. It is a long-drawn process. It's not likely that the results will possibly be very, very clear by the end of the night. But exciting time for United States, one of the most consequential elections in the recent history. Gauri continues to be with us. Let me also introduce our other guests, those who are joining us this morning. This evening in United States, we have Rajiv Puri, Michigan State Representative. He's a Democrat who's joining us at this moment. We also have Daniel J. Milson. He is a political strategist, associate professor at the Penn State University. Thank you so much for being with us. Also, Alex, who's joining us at this moment. He's a pollster, just to get a sense of what is happening, to try and make sense of these numbers. Alex, let me start with you first before, in fact, I go further. Very early projections at this moment. In these projections, leads for Donald Trump. What are most polls suggesting the way forward as far as United States elections are concerned?
So there haven't really been any surprises tonight so far in the major states, with the exception of, I think, the margins in Florida. Trump is leading at this point. Florida's been called. It's 92% reporting, but he's leading by more than 1 million votes. There were 2 ballot initiatives that most people thought would win on marijuana and abortion, and the marijuana one has been defeated. Now, the abortion one looks like it will go down to defeat as well. So that margin is a surprise. Outside of that, North Carolina is pretty narrow. It's 38% reporting, 52-48. Georgia, Trump is ahead by about 5 points right now. So that we're just updating it even as we speak. But the real action is in the blue wall states. Pennsylvania is counting very, very slowly. Michigan, we only have 7 or 10% reporting, and so it's hard to know what's going to happen there. And in Wisconsin, I'm still waiting for results too. I'm very curious and interested to see what happens there, because I think that Donald Trump has a real chance of taking Wisconsin. Pennsylvania, we'll have to wait and see.
Right. So it will take some time, as I said before. In fact, we do get the real big picture of what's happening as far as these elections are concerned. These are early trends which are coming in. But Rajiv Puri, let me ask you, and start by asking about Michigan itself. Is this state of worry as far as the Democrats are concerned, given the kind of population mix that you have, a lot of Arabs, a lot of Muslims, and we have seen how they have been quite opposed or quite angry with what was happening with the Gaza-Israel conflict, in fact, going on with the current administration. Is that rubbing off on the election results as well?
Yeah, I think Michigan's a fascinating case study for the country. I think it's far more diverse than a lot of national pundits give it credit for. There's certainly been a lot of nuance in the political conversations of the state of Michigan, but I do think a coalition is coming together to elect Vice President Kamala Harris as president here in Michigan. There's been roughly about $800 million worth of political spend in Michigan, and so there's been no shortage of conversations. I myself have knocked thousands of doors and talked to many voters. The reproductive rights issue here played a huge role in electing Democrats across statewide in 2022. You are seeing women fearful of a national abortion ban coming out in droves. For the first election in Michigan, we've actually had a very robust early voting period here. We've had 3.4 million Michiganders already vote before today even started. And looking at those returns, those skewed, again, very Democratic. And election day turnout is strong, and you are seeing the Republicans make up some ground on election day. But, we do anticipate that there being too much gravity for the Republicans to make up today.
This was the night that we decided to rise.
Daniel, I want to ask you about Georgia, a state where, as we speak, Donald Trump has a slim but an important 12% lead over Kamala Harris, and many believe that this election could actually be decided, apart from Pennsylvania, in Georgia. How do you see the state right now and the possibility of it going the Trump way?
Gauri, would you repeat who that question is for?
Professor Daniel, is my voice reaching you, sir? This is Gauri from... This was for Professor Daniel. I was asking that Georgia seems to be giving a slim lead to Donald Trump. What are the odds that this could really decide the election?
Yeah, good question. I mean, it's going to depend on, as was mentioned earlier, how some of these blue wall states are going to go. Whether a state like Georgia will end up being a deciding state in the election. And we've been talking a lot about Pennsylvania across the span of this election. And the fact that it's not impossible for either candidate to win if they don't win Pennsylvania, but it becomes much harder. And of course, states like Georgia then become more important for making that happen.
Right. Ankit, another very important state is Iowa, where the voting has just ended, and over the weekend there was a very, an authority, in fact, in terms of pollsters who predicted that it may actually go to Kamala Harris. It could probably be the biggest upset of this election, and maybe we can get Matt to respond to the fact that what happens if Iowa actually goes to Kamala Harris.
Right. Let's, in fact, take that to Alex, who's with us at this moment. Alex, like Gaur, my colleague, was asking about Iowa. How does that change the equation if that, in fact, turns blue, if Kamala Harris wins that? And also talk to our viewers about the voter turnout. That is also being seen as one of the most crucial factors in this election. Right till the end, there were a lot of people voting, waiting in the voting lines before the poll ended.
Sure. So to the Iowa question, I don't expect Iowa to go for Kamala Harris. There was a poll by a very prominent and very well-respected pollster, Ann Seltzer, that had Kamala Harris up 3 or 4 points. That would be a tremendous upset. She does have a history of predicting tremendous upsets along those lines. I don't expect that to happen here. If it does, it means that we have a very different electorate than pollsters anticipated going into tonight. And based on the results that we're seeing so far, there's a lot of good news for Republicans, pretty much across the board. I don't see that same set of good news for Democrats. And to me, that cuts against Iowa going for Harris. That could change. It's a unique state. It has individual characteristics there, but I don't expect it to.
Right.
And so to the other question for voter turnout, again, I point to Florida. Florida is unique in its own ways too. It has a very powerful party there. It's a very effective Republican Party, and so they have a powerful turnout machine. But I'm hearing a lot of enthusiasm from Democrats about high turnout in Philadelphia. I'm waiting to see if that's borne out in the data. It hasn't been so far, but I think that the Harris campaign in particular is really waiting to see what happens there.
Indeed. Professor Daniel, then let me ask you that as things stand right now, there has been record turnout and record voting that has taken place, particularly in Pennsylvania. Given the importance of that state, given the fact that there is record voting, how do you read that in terms of where things stand right now and the odds right now between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I think if we see another very high turnout election like we did in 2020, I think that probably bodes well for Harris, although, again, it's going to depend really on where that turnout is. Philadelphia was just mentioned. Turning out Philadelphia has, for a long time, been crucial for Democrats winning the state, winning statewide races, and especially in the last 2 elections being decided very narrowly in the Commonwealth. And we're expecting that will probably be the case again. The big turnout in the southeastern part of the state is going to be really important for Harris being able to win.
Right. So, like we've been talking about certain, factors that could, in fact, swing the vote. But let me ask you this, Rajiv. Rajiv, at this moment, the way things are going, and we saw some exit polls as well, where the voters' top concern was democracy, the state of the democracy in the United States. That has also been one of the main themes as far as Kamala Harris is concerned, or the Democrats are concerned. People have accused the Democrats of creating that atmosphere of fear that democracy will finish if Donald Trump comes back. Does that in any way enthuse the Democrats if that is the top issue in the voters' mind?
Absolutely. I think, I think between the 2 choices, if a voter was presented, I think there's some pretty significant polling that shows that voters of all persuasions do trust Democrats on the issue of democracy. But we are kind of very early into the night. I'm kind of reminded of 2020 when a lot of the early returns kind of looked one way, but it's very important that we don't kind of draw major conclusions from partial county results, because you can kind of argue in both ways still, and so I do think overall a high voter turnout would benefit the Democratic Party, but obviously it does depend on who's turning out, and at this point, a lot of the votes are cast, and we are in the process of counting. But I do urge caution before we kind of make overarching claims.
Right. As we speak, update coming in, Ankit, that Donald Trump has won the state of Texas. Again, at the cost of repeating, it is all on expected lines. None of this is something that pollsters had not factored in. But I guess the one thing that I would like to ask the panelists, and in fact, Mr. Puri particularly, is that the one demographic that Kamala Harris has consistently reached out to in the last 2 months has been the gender vote, the woman vote, so to say. How crucial is that for Kamala Harris to reach the 270 mark? Mr. Puri.
I think it's essential. I think it's going to be very important that the vice president is able to capture a significant portion of traditional Republican women who are going to cross over, getting women of all ages, all persuasions out to vote. I think that's something that there is some anecdotal evidence that is happening, but again, I don't want to jump to conclusions, but that is an important path to victory for the vice president.
Right, Professor, Daniel, if I may ask you this, that before even, the voting started in the United States, a record number of people had already voted. More than 75 million people had casted their votes. This is possibly unprecedented. How is that being seen, at least with early trends, as far as this election is concerned?
Yeah, so I can speak probably more to Pennsylvania than I can to some of the other states. Sure. But in Pennsylvania, that early voting, so we have early mail balloting, not early in-person voting, but that has typically been disproportionately Democrat in those votes. It's contributed to what some have called this kind of red mirage and blue shift that happens on election night, that happened in 2020. Where in the in-person voting on election day, you have a lot more Republicans that are voting, and then it takes the state a while to count those mail ballots for a couple of reasons. And then as those mail ballots get counted, you see sort of a shift. There's actually been less mail balloting this time around. There's about 2.6 mail ballots cast last time in Pennsylvania. This time it's looking like it'll be about 2 million. Which is still very significant, and of course significant for, again, particularly Harris. But we're also, the Republicans, not just in Pennsylvania, but in other states, have been promoting mail balloting to try to get more of their voters out, mail and also early in person, after sort of the criticisms of mail balloting from former President Trump in 2020. Kind of cooled those voters to using that. The Republican Party's been trying to get them out. So I'm really curious to see if those margins between the Republicans and Democrats using early voting decline and in this election, and then what that might mean for the final outcome.
Right. Alex, just going through what some of the exit polls are suggesting, as I was asking earlier as well, among the various topics is, and I'm just following up with what Gauri had asked Mr. Puri as well. Do you see any sort of, is there some data or evidence, early evidence at this moment that the women voter, even in Republican states, are turning to Vice President Harris because of the reproductive rights? Because that is also among the top priorities. At least that's what the exit poll issues shows.
I do think there's evidence of that in polling that came out before Election Day now, in exit polling as well. I think if the electorate is more female, then that certainly benefits Kamala Harris. There's a bigger gender gap in U.S. politics now than at any other time that I remember. But men are turning out as well. My expectation is that 54% of the electorate will be women. But some of the returns that I'm seeing to try and triangulate that in Virginia, for instance, suggest that things are a lot tighter, and that may mean that there's something closer to parity between the genders, because Donald Trump will very likely still lose Virginia, but he's trailing by about 25,000 votes right now. Kamala Harris should be winning that state by 8 points. And it's a surprise to me that it is as close as it is. That's a heavily suburban state, and suburban women, particularly suburban white women, are exactly that. group that is voting against Donald Trump because they don't like the way that he talks, and they want to return to an era of decorum in our politics that we've departed from with Trump in it. And so I don't see convincing evidence right now that Kamala Harris is getting everything that she needs from women turning out and supporting her.
Indeed, that's what some polls also seem to suggest, that it's not so easy for Kamala as far as the gender vote is concerned. In fact, as we wrap this up, let me just quickly tell our viewers the latest update. Donald Trump has won, apart from Texas, 16 other states, and for Kamala Harris, that figure stands at 9, including the very crucial but expected state of New York, which is as blue as it gets. Ohio and Louisiana are the latest 2 states that Trump has added to his kitty. And before I hand it back to you, Ankit, the one character that we must speak more about in this election is, in fact, Elon Musk, the world's richest man, heavily invested in this election. And as we speak, he's put out a latest update on X saying that he's not going to finish his political career, or in fact political interests after this election tonight. He's going to continue with the midterms and successive elections. So are we going to see now Elon Musk, the politician, a side story but equally important in this election? And I hand it back to you, Ankit, in the studios to take this forward.
Well, that's quite interesting. It's almost building up as if after Donald Trump, it's going to be Elon Musk possibly looking to take over the reins of the Republicans. But that's far-fetched at this moment, but very, very invested in this election. Gauri, thank you, gentlemen, for speaking to us at this moment. But just take a look at how things are changing very, very quickly. Though, as I said, it's going to be a long night, and possibly not just tonight. It will take some more time before the final result comes out. But what you are seeing is the chances of winning, the first chances of winning at this moment earlier have gone up for Donald Trump to 65%. This is based on the victories that we are seeing as far as Donald Trump is concerned so far in various states. So far in United States, no surprises there. Red is turning red, blue is turning blue. But what happens to the crucial 7 swing states is going to decide this election for the next president of United States. We are slipping into a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned. Our coverage continues.
Reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
We reached an agreement on petroling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020. And we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
कैसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think
this is funny. You just look across it. Like different sides of the political. It's a bit strange. Good morning and welcome. Well, it is a huge day for the United States, I dare say for the entire world. Parmeshwar has been tracking all of the US election leads and results coming in for the last little while. Let me join her. Well, the US presidential election of 2024 remains intensely contested between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Early results indicate a tight race with Trump holding a lead, a slim one but a substantive one in key battleground states like Florida and Kentucky. It's at this stage we can say that Florida likely going to Trump. Nationally, polls suggest a marginal edge for Harris, but the race is too close to call with less than a 1% lead. In swing states, Trump seems to have a slight advantage, which could be pivotal in deciding the electoral college votes. Meanwhile, there's been considerable discussion on voter turnout and election integrity, with authorities urging patience as votes. And I think, Parmeshwar, this is important. We need to be patient. because these are very, very early days. It's going by and large along predicted lines. And I think the point that's often forgotten is that America has different time zones. People are sleeping, others may be awake. Polling booths closed at different times, and therefore results start coming out at different times as well. So while there may be trends, and we'll bring you some of those trends, it is important to remember that there is an integrity in the US election process that must be respected. Authorities urging patience as votes, especially from mail-in ballots, are still being counted. Remember, they don't have EVMs. We have the benefit of knowing by 10:30 a.m. who's won the largest election in the world. Not so in the United States. So this election's outcome could hinge on states like Pennsylvania and Georgia. Counting, I'm told, Parmeshwar in Pennsylvania, very slow at this stage. Georgia, very interesting what's happening there. So do stay updated with us here on NDTV. We'll bring you the very latest.
Well, polling is closing in most battleground states, and dare I say, Vishnu, the vibes are cautiously optimistic.
For who?
Let's begin. Well, that's the big question. Let's begin with the headlines we're tracking at the moment. Early poll forecast shows Trump crosses the 270 mark. Donald Trump leads with 101 electoral votes. So far, things seem to be looking up for Kamala Harris. She's leading with 71 electoral votes as we speak. Indian American candidate Suhas Subramaniam is projected to win. He will be the first Indian American congressman from the East Coast if he emerges victorious. A bomb threat has prompted the evacuation of a government building in Westchester, Pennsylvania, where voting services are located. The building is currently being searched by dogs and will be back in service shortly if nothing is found. Well, there's some trouble for Trump as Democrats lead in red states. Kansas, to be precise. The numbers so far are 51.2% as opposed to 47.2%.
So polls in most of Pennsylvania as well as 16 other states are now closed. In an hour or so, polls will start to close in more than a dozen additional states, including Wisconsin, Arizona, and Michigan. We're expected to get more projections for states where voting is finished. Many of these states will be traditional Republican or Democratic strongholds, though one of the key states, Georgia, could start reporting its results soon. Parameshwar?
We'll also start getting results for an abortion ballot measure in Missouri, which, if passed, could enshrine the right to abortion until fetal viability in the state, reversing the current ban. Similarly, in South Dakota, we will soon hear how voters decided on their own abortion ballot question.
Well, I think what we can actually do is reflect on the number on the screen, and let's have that up full frame for a second so that we can tell you what the leads and the results situation is right now. So let's have that up full frame. You've got Trump at 178. Remember, the race is to 270. Kamala Harris presently at 99. So if you were to look at this just for the moment, then the Republicans have a chance of winning of 65%, the Democrats down substantially. But what I can tell you is, and this is really important, is that in terms of where the leads and results are coming in, they are coming in from traditional Democrat states and traditional Republican states. And if you look at the Republican states where a lot of the results are out, there are no surprises which are coming in. So of the traditional Republican states, of which there are 219, 178 have gone for Trump. So no surprises. They was expected to do well over here. And in terms of the traditional Democrat states, 99 of 256 results and leads are out so far, and all of them have gone so far to the Democrats. So what's happening now is according to expected lines. But, and here's where it gets really interesting, Parameshwar, we need to talk about the 7 swing states. And in those 7 swing states, Pennsylvania is particularly interesting. Remember, again, it's just 25% of polling which is in right now. But the Democrats are at 56%, 55.7%. The Republicans at 43%. Why is Pennsylvania so important? In fact, I believe we've got Natasha Israni with us as well. Alistair D'Souza also joining us. But Natasha, let me come across to you first, because Pennsylvania is so very important at this stage, with 25% of votes in, and Pennsylvania has 19 electors. It's almost 56% to the Democrats. Is voting a bit slow, firstly, and what's the sense that you're getting? Sorry, counting a bit slow, yeah.
Well, Pennsylvania has some... Well, Pennsylvania, Vishnu, has some very strict rules around how it counts ballots, and I must point out that those mail-in ballots, if they're received earlier, electors here cannot start counting them till the actual election day, which is November 5th, 7 a.m., right? So that's one of the reasons why it has been slow. And it's actually, there's a good chance that Pennsylvania does not actually file its final results tonight, that it actually waits for a day or two. That's happened in the past, previous 2 election cycles. And in those 2 previous election cycles, we've seen how the state can switch. Because last time it was won by Joe Biden, but the cycle before that, it was won very narrowly by Donald Trump over Hillary Clinton. Now we're at a young Republican party. There's been a lot of...
I'm told we need to quickly get an update from Florida at the moment. Vishnu, Florida, everyone says Democrats are, it's an uphill task as always.
It does appear to have gone the Trump way almost certainly at this stage.
And William's with us from Florida at the moment. William, at this stage, is it fair to say that Florida is heading Trump's way as always?
That's absolutely right. Media here in the US have declared the state of Florida and its 30 electoral college votes, the third most in the nation for Donald Trump. And projections suggest it has been an emphatic win for the former president. He won the state of Florida by around 1% in 2016, around 3% in 2020. Projections show he's done even better than that. Significantly, perhaps, if we dive deeper into those numbers, for the first time in a long while, Miami-Dade County, the biggest in the state of Florida, which went heavily Democrat in the last few election cycles, has gone to Donald Trump. This is a county with a strong Latino, strong Cuban-American vote, so that's certainly a big surprise looking into the numbers in Florida. When it comes to some other down-ticket issues in Florida, a couple of key issues that were also on the ballot: the legalizing of marijuana, that vote has been defeated, as well as expanding abortion access rights in Florida. That has been rejected as well, meaning that a 6-week abortion ban remains in effect. And I'm here at a Donald Trump supporters party. There is plenty of optimism here as they watch the results start to come through. But of course, as you rightly mentioned, with so many of these swing states so early on in the vote counting process, it is certainly too early to tell whether that joy, that enthusiasm, that hope here at this supporters club will be ultimately justified.
All right, let me interrupt you for half a second, go quickly across to Alistair D'Souza, who's got one of the big winners this evening. Alistair, go ahead. Alistair reporting from Virginia.
You got to make sure you're monitoring. All right, so thanks very much, Vishnu. Congratulations. I'm standing next to the latest Indian-American U.S. Congressman, Chhath Puja, a Democrat. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
How do you like the sound of that, Congressman Chhath Puja?
Yeah, it's Congressman-elect, but yeah, I look forward to being sworn in, and I look forward to just being a voice. It's not about the title, it's about the service to the community.
Right. So, Chhath, you will also be important to mention here to our viewers that you will now become the first Indian-American congressman from the East Coast. Is that correct?
Yeah, in the South. And we have a big Indian-American South Asian population here in our district in Northern Virginia, and so it's special, I know, to me and to many people. But I want to be a congressman for all Virginians. I want to be a voice for everyone, even the people that voted against me tonight. I want to make sure that we're just working together collaboratively. Even if we don't agree, it's really important that we bridge some of the divides in our politics.
It's going to be a tough ride, and you've probably thought about this. What if Donald Trump is in the White House and not Kamala Kamala Harris, and you're there in Congress?
I'll work with whomever is in the White House. And I'll work with anyone to get things done for my community. It'll be a little harder with Donald Trump because I know he wants to fire federal workers in our district, and that's really, really difficult for our district. It's like a recession to us. And so I want to make sure we protect our economy if he's elected. But I hope that I can work collaboratively with his administration to move the needle forward for our district, to protect federal workers, to protect our economy, and also just, all the other things that came up in this conversation, like education, reproductive rights. There's a lot to work on. Immigration, there's a lot to work on, and so we have to work together. We have to move forward collaboratively.
Legal immigration as well, H-1B visas, closely watched by our Indian American audience. Takes so long to get that path to citizenship. You come from a district that is quite a tech hub. It has several data centers called the Data Center Alley. What are you going to do to make sure that people from India who come here to work get that path to citizenship and are not waiting decades or endlessly?
Yeah, immigration has been our strongest asset and our secret weapon as a country for many, many centuries now. And I think we need to make sure we continue to embrace immigrants, especially legal immigration. And that means making sure that people who are here on H-1B visas and other skilled working visas have the opportunity to get a path to at least permanent status, if not citizenship. And when my parents came here, they got their citizenship within 5 years, and they got their green card within days, sometimes weeks. And so we have to make sure that we're doing legal immigration in a way that works for everyone. That's going to be a huge part of our country and economy moving forward. So I'm committed to doing that.
I know you've got to go. It was difficult to pull you away from all the people trying to congratulate you. But one really key important question here. We talked about if Trump wins. If he loses, how much trouble are we racing for?
I'm going to make sure that I do everything I can. I don't know what the future will hold. I don't know what's happening in other states. What I do know is that we as a nation have overcome so much. And so I believe that we will protect our democracy. I believe that we will make sure whoever's in the White House will move our economy forward. We have to, because we don't have a choice. Our future generations depend on it. And so no matter who's president, no matter what comes out of this, I want to make sure that I do my part in making sure we move our country forward.
Congressman Chhath Subramaniam, thank you very much indeed. Congressman-elect Chhath Subramaniam. Important to say that because you'll be sworn in a little while, in a few months from now. Thank you very much for joining us here on NDTV.
Thank you. Yes.
All right, thanks very much. And let's see what finally happens in the White House. But we can go across to Kate Fisher at this stage. Let's have Kate up on the big screen. Thanks very much for being with us. You are in Washington. I can tell people watching behind you at that diner, that restaurant, the results coming in. Is there a sense that it's a bit too early to sort of go by some of the leads and results that we have so far, which are clearly in the Trump camp? And that's because of the size of America. People are waking up, or people wake up at a time when others are asleep. Polling centers closed when others were open, etc., etc. So is it a bit early, or are we seeing any surprises?
Yeah, I think it is too early for us to know exactly who is going to win this, because those 7 swing states, those are the ones that will decide who becomes the next president, are still too early to call. We're being told that not enough of the votes have been counted yet for those states to declare their winner. So we're still on tenterhooks here. I'm at a watch party with Kamala Harris supporters here, and it's a very democratic city, Washington, D.C. She will be appearing just a 10-minute walk down the street later on tonight at Howard University, her alma mater. That's where she's hoping to be celebrating. But as you say, at the moment it is too early to say who looks like they will be taking the lead. You're right, so far Donald Trump has won those traditionally Republican states. There have been no upsets in that. And Kamala Harris continues to win those traditionally Democratic states. But it's those 7 swing states, the only one of which, North Carolina, we have had a result for, a projected result, and it looks like Donald Trump has won that state, but he won it last time, and he was expected, of all the swing states, he was expected to take that one. So no big surprises yet, but But the people here are really hoping that the optimism that the Democratic campaign has been showing in the last few days continues, but it is nerve-wracking because at the moment Kamala Harris hasn't shown any big breakthroughs.
No, that's true. She hasn't shown any big breakthroughs, but Parmeshwar, the point that we were discussing, which is important, is in traditional Democrat states, right, it's all gone to the Democrats, and in traditional Republican states, it's all gone to the... So it is very early, and we keep saying that. So if you're looking at that big number on the screen with Trump at 178 and 99 for Harris, and if you are a Harris supporter, then perhaps you shouldn't be disheartened quite yet. But yes, no two ways about it. Trump is on course, particularly in the states where he was expected to do well.
In fact, Vishnu, AP has just called Florida for Trump. Yes, that's the one. And also Texas. Donald Trump has projected to get Texas's 40 electoral votes. And joining us from Texas at the moment, Huma Iqbal. Huma, it seems Texas red has gone to Trump again?
Yes, I think I should safely say now there's no surprise in that. Always a red state, a deep red state, it has been. And we're joined in here with attorney Jay Iyer, and we're going to talk to him about what does he think about Kamala's policies all throughout this election. Hello, Jay. Hi. So what do you think about Kamala's policies throughout the election as an attorney point, from an attorney point of view?
Texas, as you said, is a red state. This is a state that generates a lot of.
All right, we just have a small audio problem over there. We'll come back to Florida in just a little while from now, but in case you're really worrying or looking at Florida, it is fascinating. It has gone in Trump's direction. It was expected to actually go. Let's just take a look at the Florida numbers if we can in a moment. Yeah, so 30 electors in Florida, 94% of the votes are in, 56.2% with the Republicans, 42.9% rather, with the Democrats. So this has quite clearly gone Trump's way, widely expected. And I think, Parmeshwar, Texas was also interesting. But let's take a look, if we can, on this big graphic that we have so far. This is the race to 270. Remember, that's the magic mark. What we have are leads and results so far in 277 of 538 seats. If you're looking at Trump and 178, then, and you are a Republican supporter, then you would have reason to be quite relieved at what is taking place. But again, it is early days. Harris needs to do a lot of catching up, but she's expected to do that when the Democrat stronghold numbers start coming out. And frankly, in terms of the swing states, we haven't seen very much other than one state. Pennsylvania is key, and in Pennsylvania, the last I saw, Harris was doing quite well. In fact, Harris in Pennsylvania, 51.8%, up with 32% of the vote done, 19 electors in that seat. Parmeshwar, should we go through these graphics?
Also, Joe Biden's home turf. Interesting to note a 2% drop in favorability for Kamala Harris with 56.7%, even though Delaware has gone to Kamala Harris.
So again, Connecticut, it's down this time for the Democrats. The Republicans have done much better than last time. However, it is Connecticut still likely going to the Democrats. Delaware, again, with 56.7, as Parmeshwar was mentioning, it's down from last time around when Biden was contesting these elections. But again, it is in the direction of the Democrats. But just look at Florida with 56.2%. Trump
5%.
has a huge jump. I think, and this state has been called at this stage, and primarily because I think 94% of votes were in. So that's unlikely to really change unless there's a challenge to that.
Let's also take a look at the swing states.
And this is what these elections are all about, right? Yes. So let's talk a little bit about these swing states. And I think just, Parmeshwar, for the benefit of our viewers, why are swing states important in the context of the United States? We'll try and bring up a map with all the red states and the blue states and the swing states as well. But swing states are really important simply because they are those states which can go either way.
Exactly.
There are traditional strongholds which the Republicans win, traditional strongholds which the Democrats win. And so it's going to boil down to these swing states, and all of them have been and all of them have been battling it out in these swing states. I mean, the bulk of the effort of campaigning for Trump and Harris has been in the swing states. So let's look at the 7 swing states: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Let's have the previous graphic
health
up.
warning for our viewers, Vishnu, even though this looks very red, we must point out that traditionally Republican states are called a little prematurely, but the counting is still carrying on as far as the blue wall and the blue states are concerned.
Yeah, so that is an overall picture. But yes. This is what it is for swing states now. Again, Georgia has gone, it appears at this stage, 52.3% to the Republicans. Now, 77% of the votes are in. Trump hanging on to that 5-6% lead right now in Georgia. It has to be said that Georgia will go the Republican way. If you look at Michigan, again, Kamala Harris up. That is very interesting because Michigan is huge. In terms of electors, 15 electors over there, 14% of the vote. So that's not very much. Just 14% of the votes in. And there is a 7-8% difference between Harris and Trump over there in favor of the Democrats.
Also in terms of Michigan, Vishnu, important to note, the Arab population there was actually quite dissatisfied. Yes.
Right.
A huge hold, was quite dissatisfied with both the sides and how they've been unfavorable towards Palestine is what they argue. And they were quite vocally upset with Kamala Harris and her stand. So interesting to see that so far, with the leads coming in, the Democrats are performing better in Michigan.
What I'd like to see, and if we can pull that up, is Pennsylvania, because it is so important. Yes. I mean, the sense is that whoever wins Pennsylvania, it's been a bit of a bellwether in the past. Of course, that's changed in a couple of elections, but generally speaking, Pennsylvania, so very important. We'll try and pull that graphic up in a moment, but just for the benefit of our viewers, there you have it on your screen. 19 electors in Pennsylvania, 37% of the voting up, so of the counting out. So the counting numbers are substantive now. It was a bit slow earlier on. There is a 2% gap. Trump is closing, right? And that is really interesting, but Kamala Harris narrowly ahead. This could be make or break in the context of being a key swing state, obviously. Wisconsin, quite clearly at this stage, in Trump's camp, but just 9% of the voting over there. So again, too early to really take a look at that.
Right, Vishnu, with that, let's get a quick update now from Florida, where Jennifer joins us from. Jennifer, is there a lot of jubilation, celebrations around you now that Florida has been called for Donald Trump?
All right, busy in a bar. I mean, people obviously celebrating over there.
I love that life.
It's nighttime in the United States, early morning. While we have coffee over here, they're out partying. But we'll come back to her in a little while from now. But you were talking about Florida, 30 electors, 94% in, 56% to the Republicans. So Florida has gone the way of the U.S. But we've got Huma who joins us at this stage as well. Huma, thanks very much for being with us. So there's a bit of a party spirit behind you. Give us a sense of some of the reactions that you're getting.
So the reaction, the mood, as you can see, is really, really elevated and elated right now. And as we all know, Texas has been a red state. And it seems like that it has become a red state once again. So as the historically, if you go back and see, for years and years, it has been a deep red state, also because a lot of rural areas in Texas prefer to vote Republican. They're very. You can see right now the mood is like a mixed bag, but as we see the polls and the results, they are more inclining towards Trump winning over this state as well.
No, absolutely. I mean, Texas at this stage, a traditional Republican state, 40 electors, so huge. The gap, a straight 10% gap between the Democrats and the Republicans, and with 64% of the voting in, it's quite clear that this is going the way of the Republicans. What were some of the key issues there?
The key issues are possibly a lot of people are really looking for a change from the inflation, from the prices, from the job scenario, the economy to be better. Because as we've seen in the past, during Trump's term, the economy was better, the jobs were better. The inflation has actually risen almost twice from the time from Trump to these days. So I think a lot of people are looking for a relief from all these issues. Although there are major, bigger issues like the abortion laws and stuff like that, the reproductive rights, etc. But I think a lot of people are looking for a better economy in place.
Right, Huma, thanks so much for joining us with that update. Let's also go across to Jennifer, who joins us from Florida now. Jennifer, in Florida, ballot to protect abortion rights has failed, but votes are still being counted in Nebraska, we're told. Tell us more about the ballot to protect abortion rights.
Yes, this is a referendum here in Florida to protect abortion rights. Some of the strictest laws of an abortion are in effect here. There's a ban up to 6 weeks. Many women don't know they're pregnant then. It went to a referendum. It was on the ballot as amendment number 4. It did fail. You needed 60% of electorate to pass, and it got about 57%, 57 to 42%, and so it will not be enshrined in the Constitution. So Florida's very, very strict ban on abortion will stand.
Right.
All right, what were some of the other big issues where you've been reporting from? And could you just give us a sense of the excitement that you see all around you with these results coming in?
Well, here in Florida, obviously, it went to Donald Trump. It is a reliably Republican state, but what is very interesting is the margins by which Donald Trump won. He won the state by 13 points. That is 10 points more than he won it by 4 years ago, and a huge margin. Now, that was not unsurprising. I'm here at a Democrat party, and I've asked around to people, and they say, we were kind of expecting it, largely because the governor here, Ron DeSantis, won re-election 2 years ago in a landslide with a 19-point margin. So this has become, rather than a semi-purple state, a reliably Republican state. And the most interesting, I think, results here that could have nationwide, maybe could be repeated nationwide, is in Miami-Dade County in the south of Florida. Donald Trump has won that for the first time, the first Republican to win it since 1988. And that's important because it's a largely Latino county. That's the Latino votes. They are a key vote across the United States. They're going to play heavily in Arizona and Nevada, key states for the presidency, obviously. And so whether that is reflected, whether that result in Miami-Dade is reflected across the country, we'll have to see.
Thanks so much, Jennifer, for joining us with that live update from Florida. In fact, Vishnu, while Jennifer's arguing that it's semi-purple now, Florida, many actually argue that it's converted into a Republican stronghold now.
Indeed.
But news and updates continue right here.
But Parmeshwar, do you want to just quickly go through this? Because, it just seems at this juncture in the race to 270 in Florida, which we were talking about, was 30. But the overall numbers now is, we had that graphic up, and just we can just bring that up. It's 188 to Trump, 99 to Harris. But again, many of the states in America which have been Democrat strongholds haven't yet been declared one way or the other. So there's still a long way to go. For example, California, which is a Democrat state with 54 electors, would push Kamala Harris right up. And there have been no surprises in traditional Democrat states. It's all gone to the Democrats. In traditional Republican states, it's all gone to the Republicans. So this is a very, very early projection, and with lots of caveats that, we need to wait. But if you are enthused about where this is headed right now, looking at the current trends in Trump, but I can assure you it's going to be much closer in the next couple of hours. We take a short break at this stage, come back with more.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day. Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Our $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts.
Early poll forecast shows Trump crosses the 270 mark. Donald Trump is currently leading with 188 electoral votes. Meanwhile, Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris leads with 99 electoral votes. Indian American candidate Chhath Puja has won. He's actually the first Indian American congressman to win from the East Coast. As per CNN's latest projections, Kamala Harris has won New York. Local media reports suggest that Kamala Harris is still very likely to speak tonight and address supporters in DC, no matter what the outcome.
Well, hello and welcome once again. The US results, it's election night in the United States. It's morning for us here in India, but it is looking absolutely fascinating. I think let's turn our attention to the swing states if we can. These swing states, there are 7 of them: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. It's these states which are going to result in the elections going either the way of Trump or of Kamala Harris, because their traditional strongholds for the Democrats and the Republicans are holding for the moment. But I think, Parmeshwar, what we are seeing now, and if we just take a look at, this is what I was explaining yesterday. I'm going to get up and just explain to our viewers what we are talking about over here. Now, this results and leads are all essentially coming in right now. There are some victories. There are no big surprises. But traditionally, blue has been the Democrat strongholds all across the country. Now, we have not got results as yet, for example, from California, from the northeast of the United States. The red areas are the strongholds of the Republicans, and the 7 swing states are the ones which we've got marked in gold over here. The battle, in a sense, is for the swing states, because so far, whatever we are seeing and whatever results have come out seems to indicate that the Democrats are holding blue, the Republicans are holding red. A lot of results yet to come. Counting percentages still relatively low in some cases. It's all going to take place in the swing states. So that's what we had expected. So in terms of the swing states itself, where exactly are we? Well, it does now appear, and it's interesting, that the Republicans appear by and large to be ahead in the swing states. So they're ahead in Arizona, right? I beg your pardon, they are, yes, they're ahead in Arizona, they're ahead in Georgia, they're ahead in North Carolina, they're ahead in Pennsylvania, neck and neck right now. Just 0.3 of a difference with the Democrats in the lead. And in Wisconsin, the Republicans are ahead. Now, the only factor over here which the Democrats would be looking at and saying, no, let's not get ahead of ourselves, is voting percentage. For example, I said Wisconsin, it's working towards the Republicans. Just 9% of votes are in, so that's very small. If you look at some of the other areas, Michigan, 16%, it's in favor of the Democrats. So the Republicans could easily turn around and say that, no, look, this might well turn and go in our favor. But things in the swing states are not looking very, very good again. If we can have, Pennsylvania, for example, what we've been talking about, marked by PA over there, this is where it's absolutely neck and neck at this stage. It's just a 0.3 difference between Harris and Trump, and with 19 electors from Pennsylvania who are absolutely critical. Remember, in the United States system, it is whoever wins a state gets all of the electors over there. It's a winner takes all system. So 19 for Pennsylvania would go either to Harris or Trump. Harris was leading in Pennsylvania. It's been seen to be a bit of a bellwether, but at this stage it does appear that Trump has closed the gap to 0.3, and with some more counting yet to happen, we'll have to wait and see what actually takes place. Several of the other swing states at this stage appear to be going towards Trump. The only thing that Kamala Harris's supporters can say is that, look, wait, the voting percentage, counting percentage still needs to go up a little bit for things to be definitive. Parmeshwar?
That's absolutely right. Also, just to get a quick check on what's happening as far as a Trump watch party is concerned, we have Caroline with us, Vishnu joining us currently. Caroline, what's the mood where you are? You had mentioned that there was wine and all the cheer and there were jubilations about an hour ago. Still hunky-dory where you are?
Still very much so. I mean, you could just feel the energy rising here. People feel very optimistic. They feel very positive. Spoke to a man, though, in the crowd, and he's busy writing things down on a piece of paper. And I said, what are you keeping tabulations on? And he said, I'm just adding everything up. And I said, okay, what's it come down to? And he said, Pennsylvania. He said, it's all about Pennsylvania, all 19 electoral votes. If Trump can get that, he's got it sewn up. That's his prediction, not mine. Just relaying that to you. His wife then interrupted and said, no, it's going to be over tonight. It's definitely going to be Trump very soon. So we'll see. Everything's up for grabs. It's honestly too early to really call this tonight. We've said 188 electoral votes for Trump right now and 99 for Harris. Now, remember, he has to get to 270. So he still has many more states to get that check mark aside before he then is considered the 47th president of this country.
If I can, Jennifer, if I can just ask you about the swing states, because that's really interesting. Let's have Jennifer back on the screen if we can. I was asking her a question. It just appears at this stage, Jennifer, that the Republicans are doing much better than what the situation was even an hour back. If you look at Georgia, if you look at North Carolina, if you look at Wisconsin, and even if you look at Pennsylvania, it does appear to be going the Republican way. I mean, it's still a 0.3 difference between the Democrats and the Republicans in Pennsylvania. But in all these other key swing states, the Republicans are ahead. And this is where the election is going to be won and lost, right?
I'm sorry. Are you talking to me or are you talking to Carol?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Yes, that's what he says. It is the state with the most electoral votes, 19. And that's what the gentleman behind me said. That's what I've heard all through this campaign. It's all about Pennsylvania. And it just shows you, I mean, Kamala Harris went to 5 different cities in Pennsylvania yesterday, the last day of the campaign. And former President Trump went to Pennsylvania too. In fact, one of the same cities she went to, Pittsburgh. He also went to Michigan, and he also went to North Carolina. So all important swing states, Pennsylvania has been said to be the key, and apparently still is.
All right, thanks very much for being with us. Let's go across to Brad Bannon, who's been tracking all of these developments very, very closely. Brad, thanks very much for being with us. Let's focus a little bit on the swing states. It just seems that as every half an hour or every hour passes, it's progressively going the Republican way. I mean, if you look at Arizona, it's tied at 49.6 according to our data. Georgia is going to the Republicans. North Carolina is going to the Republicans.
Florida.
Wisconsin is going to, just among swing states, 50.6 in Wisconsin going to the Republicans. Even Pennsylvania, the gap just 0.3 at this stage. But with so many swing states likely going the Republican way, is this election now tilted towards the Republicans, or is it still too early?
I think it's way too early to tell. For example, in Pennsylvania, the vote in Philadelphia, which is a strong Democratic stronghold, has not been counted yet. That's going to add a couple 100,000 votes to Harris's total. Also in Pennsylvania, they haven't counted the absentee ballots, and the early report suggests that Harris is way ahead in the absentee ballots. And now she doesn't have to win all 7 swing states. If she holds on in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, that will give her the 270 electoral votes she needs to be president. So I think it's way too early to make any judgments, because a lot of the returns in these states are scattered, and at least in Detroit and Michigan and Pennsylvania and Georgia, they still haven't counted much of the big city vote, which should be overwhelmingly go to Vice President Harris. So I just think it's too early to tell.
I take your point, but just in the case of Wisconsin, it's a substantive 41% of votes in the case of Pennsylvania, it's a substantive 44%. I take your point that, look, that's more than 50% left in terms of counting, and that it could swing the other way. But just in terms of the counts which have taken place in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, is Trump outperforming? Are the Republicans outperforming?
Well, they may be out front now, but again, I think I think we'll know a lot more when the votes from Philadelphia and Detroit and Milwaukee come in. They still haven't counted a lot of the votes in the large urban areas that favor Democrats. And so I think we have to wait, and we may wait days until they count the write-in vote and the early vote in Pennsylvania. So I just think it's too early to tell. I think if I think the ball game will be in Pennsylvania. My guess is whoever wins Pennsylvania will probably be the next president, but I'm not going to make any judgments, and still I see the Democratic vote from Philadelphia come in, and that will decide the outcome.
Right, Brad, do stay on with us as we also get in an update now from Sameer Khedekar, who's an immigration lawyer from California. Well, California, we're braced ourselves for the results. But Sameer, immigration has emerged as one of the key issues that Americans have come out and voted on. It's the economy, inflation, immigration. Many say Trump and his team have the edge as far as the rhetoric is concerned and the bullish stance. Do you disagree or agree?
No, I think that's right. I think the topic of immigration is very complicated, but if we boil it down to very simple statements like the Trump administration has done, it's much more powerful that way. And so I think the emotions around immigration are very strong. And I think the Trump administration has done a better job probably in its rhetoric.
Americans have actually been quite vocal about how they're upset with the direction that the country is heading in. In terms of Having understood that, what do you think Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, which specific moves have really helped them sort of rise to the occasion?
Well, I think, under a Harris administration, I think immigration will play a very important part in our economy. I think the Harris administration will continue the Biden administration's practice of encouraging technological innovation and continued immigration of very talented and intelligent people and workers. So I think that'd be really great for our economy. And so I think, as immigration lawyers and as H-1B holders and immigrants here in the U.S., many of us, hope to see a Harris presidency.
All right. Let's go across to Jeffrey Kehine. Jeffrey, thanks very much for being with us. It was just suggested a few minutes back that it's still too early to really look too deeply into the swing states, perhaps with a couple of exceptions, Georgia being one of them, with 80% of the votes in. How do you see the trends so far in some of the key swing states? Because this is where it's all going to be decided. All right, so we seem to have some audio problems with you. Can you just unmute yourself? I think you're on mute. Can you unmute yourself? Yeah, go ahead. All right, we'll try and fix that in a moment from now. But would one of the other panelists like to sort of jump in on that? Samir, would you like to perhaps come in on that? That if you look at the swing states and the numbers coming in on the percentage of votes, what are your thoughts?
Well, I'm not an expert on election trends, but I do agree that it is a little early right now. I think President Trump would really need Pennsylvania to win, obviously, as would Harris. But I think Michigan and Wisconsin are super important also for Kamala Harris. And so, once again, a little too early to tell, and the next couple hours are going to be very interesting.
Let's go across to Karthik Ramakrishnan, who's with us at this stage. Karthik, thanks very much for being with us. It is interesting because the Democrats so far are holding on to all of their traditional strongholds. The Republicans appear to be holding on to all of their strongholds. It's the swing states which are going up and down. And just in terms of the swing states themselves, where do you see the Republicans and the Democrats presently placed?
I think it's quite competitive, and as some of the other speakers have mentioned, the urban area counts will be important. The absentee ballot and overseas ballot counts will be important to come up with any kind of definitive conclusion. That said, it does look like Trump is performing better than expected, even in a state like Virginia, which did not look like it was going to be close at all. It looks closer than it did in 2020. So, and clearly the economy and immigration are playing big roles. Now, on an issue like immigration, I'm a scholar not only of public opinion and behavior, but also immigration policy. The Republicans have been very successful over the last 2 years in shifting public opinion in America in a more conservative direction. Now, I think part of it is probably errors by the Biden administration of reversing a lot of policies and not taking corrective action quickly enough. But it's also a fair amount of scapegoating and rhetoric that has been misleading in terms of what are the benefits as well as the costs of immigration. But it does look like Trump is having a better night than many people expected. It will be very close. It might take several days, but it definitely looks like the kind of momentum that Trump was having over the last couple of weeks is very real based on the returns that are coming in.
Right, Karthik, I also want to pay attention to one of the narratives that have emerged out of this election cycle, which is that Democratic voters are college-going voters, and it seems to sort of suggest that your blue-collar workers without a college degree are actually Republican voters. Help us understand, how did this come about?
Yeah, it's been this interesting shift that's been happening over the last decade, and Trump is a major part of that explanation. So the Republican Party used to be a party of free trade and a party that tended to focus more on businesses and higher income voters. What Trump did is he took the party in a more protectionist direction, and even among union voters, traditionally have been very strong Democrat. Reagan had already made a significant play for those voters in the 1980s, but Trump has come back with that kind of a strategy. So Trump is really shifting it, and what's happening is even among Latino voters who have not gone to college, he's starting to make inroads. But I would say the biggest thing that's showing up this election, which has not been talked about, is gender and abortion, right? So you have the economy, which is very much Trump's strong suit, but then you have abortion. In many of these states, abortion has been very restricted,
right?
So much so that even people that are trying to have children are finding themselves in very complicated situations for medical care. So gender and college education end up becoming bigger factors. Of course, race still matters.
Right.
Trump is winning the white vote, and Harris is winning the minority vote.
All right, we'll be joined. I'm going to go across to Michael Owens, Mayor of Mableton in Georgia, in just a moment from now. But just for the benefit of our viewers, what is the big story right now? It does appear that Trump appears to be pulling ahead of Kamala Harris. And I say this on the basis of the counting percentage, which is now coming in, extremely robust numbers, increasingly from the swing states. Both the Republicans and the Democrats are holding on to their traditional bastions, but it is the swing states which are going to be making a big difference. Now, just on the basis of these numbers, and I do accept that it is still quite early, Democrats won't be happy with my saying this, but at this rate, the Republicans' chances of winning are at a whopping 69%, with Kamala Harris and her chance of winning at just 31%. Now, that's why, because there are 310 of 538 seats which have been where the results are out or leads are in. Of these, there are 112 in favor of the Democrats so far, and 198 in favor of the Republicans. The Republicans' chances of winning are 69. And Michael, if you look at Georgia, where you are, the percentage of votes which are in 80%. So that's extremely robust, right? We aren't talking about, a small number over there. It's 52.2% in favor of the Republicans. 16 electors from Georgia, very important. Could you give us a sense of, whether this is along expected lines or whether the Republicans have outperformed?
Thanks for having me on. I don't know that, the Republicans have outperformed yet. We truly don't know. And I am on the ground. I'm literally out here still in the streets in Georgia. I was at a watch party, so I'm on my way to another one. And Democrats aren't happy about what's happening right now, but we also know that there is an opportunity to continue to pick up votes, particularly in some of the metro areas. Georgia has very strong Democratic turnout in the Atlanta metro area, which is the vast majority of the votes that you will see in the state of Georgia. So I still believe it's way too early to call. Obviously, Democrats would like to be in a different situation, be out much further in the front. We're looking at the number from the swing states, and they aren't looking exactly how most Democrats would like them to see: North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Georgia alike. But I will continue to say we have to look at those metro areas. All of the metro areas in those states are have strong Democratic numbers. So it's really going to see what's going to come in, as these larger counties and these larger metro areas, the numbers come in, because I do believe those numbers are going to swing in large numbers for Democratic voters. But the question is, are there enough Trump votes that are already out there that will hold off what I think will still be a large number of Democratic voters that will come forward?
No, I completely agree, because even if you look at North Carolina or Pennsylvania or even Wisconsin or Georgia for that matter, even if 100% of the remaining seats, votes go to the Democrats, it's still likely to be, Republican or, absolutely neck and neck at best. At this stage, what is clear is that Kamala Harris has a lot of catching up to do. We're going to take a short break, gentlemen. Thank you very much for being with us. Return with the very latest.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का। छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
यांचा अजेंडा फक्त करप्शन फर्स्ट, आमचा अजेंडा आहे नेशन फर्स्ट.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद, आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show.
Welcome back to our continuous coverage here on NDTV World as we track down the election results of United States. The voting still in early stages, ladies and gentlemen, but early trends show can Donald Trump at this moment, which was expected to be a very tightly contest, a race to the wire, is Donald Trump defying the exit polls and expectations once again? At this moment,
The latest, in fact, Donald Trump is leading Kamala Harris, 198 plays 112 so far. 270 is the Electoral College votes that Donald Trump needs to this race of White House. Both the candidates locked in a fight. Remember, it's still early to call. There are many states where the polling has just ended, the counting has just begun. We'll get you all the latest from the ground and the best analysis here in the studio. Let's start with the headlines we are tracking at this moment. Early poll forecast shows Trump crosses 270. Donald Trump leads on 198 electoral votes. Kamala Harris at 112 electoral votes needs a lot of catching up to do at this moment. Indian-American candidate Suhas Subramaniam projected to win first Indian-American congressman from the East Coast. CNN projects Trump winning Ohio. Meanwhile, AP projects Harris wins District of Columbia. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are continuously tracking the twists and turns of the most dramatic American election, most consequential in the recent history as well. Gauri Dwivedi, my colleague, also with us from Washington, D.C. at this moment. Gauri, is Donald Trump, that's the big question that people have already started asking, is he going to defy the exit polls? 198 at this moment, plays 112 in favor of Donald Trump.
Well, who knows that, Ankit, and if I knew that answer, I would have been a multi-millionaire, won't I? But what I can say right now is that some of the numbers that I am seeing, these are, of course, early trends. They've given about upwards of 200 to Donald Trump right now. Kamala Harris is at 117, but the reason for that is that California hasn't been declared. That California alone is 54 seats, and that is set to go to Kamala Harris unless something really drastic happens. It is set to go to Kamala Harris. It is set to go to Democrat camp. So suddenly the number will change completely. So some very big states, the numbers haven't come out. California being one, as I said, Georgia, North Carolina, Michigan, and of course Pennsylvania. Those big numbers are yet to come out, and as some of them, if they go towards the Democrat camp, that picture will change completely. So as things stand right now, it is very clear that, as they say, it's still game on, because right now there's a lot of electoral college votes that are up for grabs right now. Early trends do give an advantage to Donald Trump right now, but we should be seeing them just as what they are, early trends.
Absolutely. And, as they say, don't write off anybody, don't call the election till the last vote is counted. And it is a long way before that happens in this long night in United States at this moment. Parmesh, you're also here in the studio with us. But the fact remains at this moment, we are yet to see what's happening as far as the swing states are concerned. Though, like states like Pennsylvania, where at this moment counting though has started, but it's still very slow. People are still, in fact, just early trends, emerging from there as well. Now, Huma Iqbal is joining us from Houston, Texas, a deep red state. So far, Huma, no surprises there, at least with Texas, and overall also in the picture, not, a big state which was expected to go either way, flipping. So no surprises so far. It still remains a very, tight contest.
64% votes in.
We were hoping that this time a lot of people might swing towards more blue than red, because the past couple of years, it did seem like people are converting to blue from red. But it seems like it did not happen this time. And joining us is Sheriff Ed Gonzalez. He's been serving for the past 2 terms, past 8 years. And, very highly likely that this year he's going to continue as well. Hello and welcome. So, what is your thoughts about, do you think that the state is ever going to convert to blue state?
I think so. I think sometimes changes is long and difficult, but I think it's just a matter of time. I think the younger electorate that's maturing and going home will favor a blue law. That's a game that may take the law. It's not easy, but it's happening. Progress is big.
Earlier, we had spoken to a lot of other immigrants about the immigrant situation from our part of the continent. How about your perspective from your part of the continent, for your countries and South America? What do you think about the immigrant situation?
I'm very pro-immigration. I believe that immigrants have contributed greatly to the greatness of our country.
Right, we will of course get you an update from Texas in just about a few moments. Let's go across to Arizona for now, Ankit, where Tony joins us from. Tony, it's a very close call, as we can tell. 49% votes in Arizona at the moment. The Dems at 49.5%, the Republicans 0.2% ahead at 49.7%. Quite the toss-up.
Yeah, I mean, the races here in Arizona are always extraordinarily close. When we look back to 2020, Biden won the election by fewer than 10,500 votes. When you think that there's more than 4 million registered voters, that is such a tiny, narrow margin that he was able to take this state. The first time that a Democrat had won Arizona since 1996 under when Bill Clinton took the state. So the races here are exceptionally tight. Officials have been warning that it was going to be a tight race, and they've also been warning that it's going to take a long time potentially to count all of these ballots, upwards of 13 days to count every single one of them. Part of the reason is that the ballot this time around is extraordinarily long. We're talking about 2 pages front and back. That's a lot of questions to fill out for the voters. It's a lot for these tabulation machines to be calculating. And then also there is a lot of people, upwards of 500,000, that dropped off these mail-in ballots today at voting locations. All of those ballots are going to have their signatures verified. They're going to have to then have 5 days if there's any discrepancies to work out any of those problems. And when you're talking about a margin potentially of, less than 1 percentage point, then every single vote is going to count here. There are a lot of issues that these voters are going to be voting on as well. One of them, of course, is this ballot measure to enshrine abortion rights into the state constitution. Democrats are hoping that that's going to bring out a lot of Democratic voters, or perhaps push some Republicans into Democratic territory. Another thing they're voting on, though, is immigration, a bill that would basically give state law enforcement the power to stop, question, detain, prosecute people that they suspect have crossed into the United States illegally from Mexico into Arizona. Of course, Arizona is a border state, the only one of all of the battlegrounds. So it is really on the front lines of the immigration debate, which, as you know, is top of mind for a lot of voters this time around. But as it looks right now, Arizona, in these first batch of results that we're getting out right now, very, very tight between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. But again, this was to be expected. It's going to be many days likely before we get the final results here.
Indeed. In fact, let's also get in Alistair, who is at a watch party where Chhath Subramaniam has been declared the winner. In fact, it's a very significant moment, Alistair, isn't it, for Chhath and also, of course, for the entire Indian American community. It's more so in this election where they've really come to prominence, haven't they?
Yes, absolutely, Gauri. As you know, we have about 5 Indian American Congress people currently in office. Of course, we're waiting on results on the others as well. But if they win, and now that Chhath is congressmen-elect, it would be a number. The number would go up to 6. So this Samosa caucus, so to speak, from India going up to 6 potentially, of course, waiting on the results of some of the others as well. And I'm joined here by some of Suhas's supporters as well. As you can see, the party has kind of died down because we know that Suhas is now the winner in this as U.S. Congressman for Virginia. And Buta, she told me I had to get her name right. How does it feel knowing that you've worked hard and now Suhas is in office? What are you hoping that what kind of change are you hoping he's going to bring?
I think the change that we hope that he brings is the things similar to what he's already done as a state senator and a state delegate, and as representing the interests of the people and providing the diversity. In Loudoun County, which is going to be the jurisdiction that he predominantly represents, we are 26% South Asian. Now we have somebody here who represents that. That's amazing because we want our young people to be able to see themselves in their leaders, and Suhas is the epitome of that. Now, as far as the interest that we expect them to be able to move forward on is going to be protection of women's rights. It's going to be making sure that people have an affordable ability to be able to have affordable housing and also to have opportunities for businesses. So those are the things that I see that he will bring to the table and be able to be the leader for.
All right, Derek, you have some big concerns about what might happen if Donald Trump comes into office. Something very personal as far as Trump's immigration policies go. What is it?
Sure. So my family has been here for hundreds of years. I'm an African American, but I'm married to a Mexican American, someone of Latino descent, obviously. And I think it goes without saying that we have an understanding that there has been a systematic targeting of people who are coming across the border to seek asylum and all different things. My wife is someone who actually works with asylum seekers and happens to be a first generation, an immigrant herself. And the conversations that she and her friends have, unfortunately, I can't relate to it, but I do have the same fear that they have, where there is a fear that very well folks who sought asylum or gotten citizenship, others who've been naturalized, that there's a possibility because of the rhetoric that is being spewed by certain parties in this country, that it's possible that these people could be set back. And it's unfortunate.
All right, how are you feeling right now? Things still swinging along because we haven't got that verdict yet on the swing states. How does it feel? Are you jittery, nervous, based on whatever you heard?
So I'm very nervous because the stakes are so high. Or like we have the opportunity to take our country forward or push us back 50 or 150 years. So the risks are very great. I'm always hopeful. And I hope that Vice President Kamala Harris is able to prevail. And that's what we're going to keep praying on and making sure that we are supportive of her being able to do that.
And very lastly, Derek, it's not just about Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Everyone's also watching keenly what happens as far as the Senate and the Congress go, because if they don't have that leverage there, well, the president really can't do much on several fronts, right?
Yeah, I think to your point, the power, we've seen the levels of power that the presidency has because of Trump's presidency. We see how far he can go and how far you can't go, right? And a lot of it has to do with those elected leaders that we elect, like Suhas, those in Congress and those in the Senate. And so we do look forward to having a Senate that is on the side of, of progress, as Buta just mentioned, and one that's not going to help a president take us back 150 years.
All right, thank you very much for joining us here. Going to be a long night, it looks like. Hopefully we get some sort of sense of what's happening. Thanks again for your time on NDTV.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Congratulations to your supporter of having supported Suhas Subramanian.
Excellent. Thank you.
And hand it back to you to Gauri Dwivedi. Gauri, I think you're still at Howard University, right? How's it looking there?
I am at Howard University, and the mood of celebration is in fact only growing. And before I get in William from Florida, let me just tell our viewers, why is there this mood of celebration where the numbers don't seem to indicate that? For one clear reason, some of the biggest states like California are yet to be called, and that is set to go to Kamala Harris. And second, just a very basic scenario building for our viewers right now. As of now, Donald Trump is leading in Georgia and North Carolina, important states. So one may believe that with those two, he is headed to victory, but there is still a possibility that Kamala Harris can reach that 270 mark if she's able to win Wisconsin, Michigan, and of course Pennsylvania.
In fact, Gauri, in the latest, the latest is that Donald Trump is leading at this moment, a slender lead, but he's leading in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin as well.
And in Georgia.
And Georgia, along with North Carolina. And on the other hand, Kamala Harris has leads in two of the swing states, Arizona and Michigan. So at this moment, it's 4-2 among the 6 swing states. Nevada is yet to, in fact, start as far as the trends, are supposed to come in.
As they say, kuch bhi ho sakta hai in Hindi, as they say this. And we can ask that to William as well in Florida, that it's too early to celebrate there as well, isn't it? Because it's really down to the wire. And as some of these updates seem to indicate, that the 2 states where Donald Trump has a much better chance of winning right now is Georgia and North Carolina, because there is a lead there. It's still too early to call, given so many swing states in play right now.
That's absolutely right. And here at this Donald Trump supporters party, well, the band may have left, the crowd might be thinning somewhat, but that is not to say that the optimism has waned at all. Quite the opposite. Just a few moments ago, before we came on air, there was a big roar from the supporters that have remained here at this supporters bar when some of the networks here in the US called the state of Iowa for Donald Trump. Now that is only 6 electoral college votes, but just a few days ago, a poll came out that shocked many across the US that gave Kamala Harris a surprise win in that state. So there's certainly some optimism among Donald Trump supporters that that particular poll was an outlier. He, of course, has now won that state, and they hope that that is a further sign that there is momentum, not just in some of the swing states you mentioned, but across much of the Rust Belt. This race, as you rightly mentioned, far from over, but the view from many of Donald Trump's supporters here is that Kamala Harris's road to victory is certainly getting narrower and narrower, but of course with so many votes still to be counted in some of those crucial states, including in the Rust Belt, the likes of Michigan, the likes of Wisconsin, Pennsylvania.
Okay, Gauri has some important update there. Let's very quickly go back to Gauri. Over to you.
Ankit, I think fresh update coming in is that Donald Trump has won Iowa along with Kansas. If that is true, that's very significant, because Iowa over the weekend, one of the most credible pollsters had said that Kamala Harris would be able to flip, and that gave her a substantial chance of being able to reach 270. These are just latest trends, and in fact this is an update that's coming in. If Donald Trump has indeed won Iowa, then that's a huge plus for him in terms of his path to 270. And given the fact that Kamala Harris is trailing in some key states like Georgia, then that's important.
This is exactly what William was in fact talking about, that gives a lot of optimism to the Donald Trump supporters. He was speaking about Iowa, how it has in fact been won by Donald Trump, which was earlier, like you are saying, being projected by a pollster to in fact flip to Kamala Harris. But Parma, at this moment, like we were talking about the swing state, the latest coming in is that even Michigan, where Kamala Harris were earlier leading, now it seems has gone, Donald Trump is leading in Michigan as well. So at least in the swing states, which are crucial, it's looking difficult at this moment. A lot of catching up for Kamala Harris at this moment.
Indeed, it seems like it's going to be an uphill task for Kamala Harris as things are out. Gauri, is it still too early to be doubting whether the Democrats will be able to match up to Trump's sort of standing as we speak?
Okay, we can do that basic math. 54 of California and 19 for Pennsylvania. That's about 73. Basic, I think that if we add, and along with that, some of the other states, then that, you know, it may just come down to maybe 1 or 2 states here or there. So that is the reason why nobody is really willing to give it up. Also, again, the fact is that the margin, if it comes down to very little, then that increases the hope of a recount. And in the event of a recount, who knows who will end up becoming victorious, which is the reason why no campaign is either celebrating too much or is giving any signs whatsoever of conceding even an iota of territory there right now.
Right, we've also got Chris Kankeho with us from Michigan. Chris, nearly 80% of the votes have been counted in Michigan. Does it seem like Trump is going to be entering the White House yet again?
Well, I see that 26% of the votes are counted in Michigan, and Trump has taken the lead. And the Secretary of State, who's the top election official in Michigan, said that they were on track to beat their highest election turnout from 2020, which was 5.5 million people voting. At least 3.3 million people in Michigan voted early. It was the first election in which they were allowed to do so. And we hope to get the totals from the big urban area of Detroit, where I am, hopefully by tonight or tomorrow. So we will really see, you know, what the margin is, because we don't know. Donald Trump is leading right now, but we don't know where the outstanding vote is to be counted still.
You know, can I then just ask you a supplementary question on that? Because in Michigan, which has a very mixed population, a large population of the
Arabs.
Muslims and the Arabs,
Yes.
has the Gaza war and the way the Biden administration has in fact gone ahead with that, there has been a lot of criticism. Has that played against Kamala Harris as far as Michigan is concerned?
Oh, absolutely. I heard it on the ground in Dearborn, which is the first Arab majority city in the U.S. as of 2023. You know, I was trying to get some people to talk on camera, and they didn't even want to go on camera because they said they had family in both Gaza and Lebanon, and they could not support the current administration. But whether they voted for Trump or a third-party candidate or left their vote blank in the presidential race, they wouldn't even say that to me because it's such an emotional issue. But I should tell you that during the primary, when Joe Biden was still the candidate, there was an effort as a protest to have them vote uncommitted, and 10,000 voted uncommitted. And so in a state that Donald Trump only won by less than 11,000 votes, you know, that kind of swing amongst, you know, a key voting bloc could matter here in Michigan.
Indeed.
That's right. In fact, important updates also coming in. And Natasha, our colleague, is with us from the other important swing state. Gauri was also talking about 19 electoral votes of Pennsylvania. Natasha is at this, at least Natasha, what I can see running behind you. Are you at a Donald Trump supporters kind of you know, place, a party there? Because at least at
Fox
this
News.
moment, Fox News is playing behind her. At least at this moment, with us, it's 210 in favor of Donald Trump, playing 112 for Kamala Harris. And even in Pennsylvania, there is a slender lead for Donald Trump.
Yes, we are the young Republican Party in downtown Philadelphia, one of Pennsylvania's largest cities. And as you can see, there's a lot of cheering here, but the people here have been sitting here for the last 2 years, and they've been increasingly happy to see their candidate, Donald Trump, light up their screen that they've been watching. Joining us is a young Republican, and we want to talk to him about how he thinks it's looking for his candidate tonight.
Yeah, I mean, do you have a starting question, or should I just go?
Yeah, no, I want to ask you, how do you think it's looking for your candidate tonight? Do you think there's a chance he can actually win Pennsylvania, which is a key swing state with 19 electoral college votes?
Pennsylvania is an understatement. I think he's going to win the country, no doubt. And there are a lot of people here who have, you know, concerns about that. People are all nervous. My buddy over there is shaking his foot, but he's going to win. You know, there's no question about it in my mind.
You were telling me earlier that you feel that you are a forgotten minority now in this country.
Absolutely.
Why were you saying that? You know, a lot of people consider the white male man as actually the majority in this country.
Oh, yeah. for sure, I think the majority has, and I'd say accidentally, become the minority, mentally speaking, right? Where I think, economically and socially, people like me are sort of thrown under the bus in order to enable people who are, not to say anything, but like the border and whatnot, right? Illegals and whatnot. Like the message becomes, oh, how important are these people for the country? When it's, it's up to you whether or not you want to give these people asylum or not give these people asylum, but it feels like they come before the average American nowadays.
So you see yourself as the average American, and one of the things that you're concerned about is your job, right? But at the same time, this economy in the United States also runs on the labor of immigrants. A lot of businesses, even white-owned businesses, might suffer if there is a reduction in immigration in the country.
Well, I mean, that's true. There is some input from illegal immigrants and whatnot, but legal immigrants is more what you want to focus on. Is we haven't had a functioning economy for years. I can't afford groceries, right? I'm not in poverty, and I can't afford groceries in a rational sense, right? If I wanted to have kids right now, how can I supplement my family? How could I pay for my family?
So what we're hearing right now is something that I've heard from others too. A lot of concerns from white young men and also other ethnicities around the economy, around inflation, around their grocery bills, and a lot of them feel that Donald Trump will bring the answer. So when he says questionable things about immigration and the border, that doesn't bother them as much as their own pocket and their own wallet.
Well, I mean, I'll say this. It's not a racial issue.
I'm throwing it back.
In fact, Ankit, that's something that has come up in the past 6 months as well, that in Pennsylvania especially, people have been complaining about price gouging, that the prices for basic things are just way too expensive. They don't really focus that much on the term inflation, but price gouging and the fact that everyday necessities are now causing a dent in their pockets is a concern for American voters.
Absolutely, and it seems to be a big concern that is also, at least at this moment, has given an edge to Donald Trump in Pennsylvania as well. All right.
Seems so.
That's
well, news and updates continue right here. Extensive coverage with the one and only Ankit Tyagi and the rest of our team here. Slipping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. The swing states are going to be declared any time now. We are going to get you the latest.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
We reached an agreement on petroling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility, according to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our continuous rolling coverage here of the US election, the 360-degree view that NDTV World promises you on this very, very critical election. I'm being joined by my colleague Parmeshwar here in the studio. We'll also go across to our colleagues spread across the United States.
But let's begin with the headlines before we get you the lowdown. Early poll forecast shows Trump crosses the 270 mark. Donald Trump is leading with 210 electoral votes.
Kamala Harris at this moment leading on 112 electoral votes.
Several battleground states are too close to call. There's a razor-thin lead for Trump in 5 swing states. Well, Gauri Dwivedi has been tracking the latest developments for us. She's at Howard University at the moment. Jubilations behind her. Gauri, take us through the current state of affairs as far as the 7 battleground states are concerned. How do things stand?
That's pretty much where it boils down to, doesn't it, Parmeshwar? As far as the battleground states or the swing states are concerned, Donald Trump is most certainly leading in Georgia. That state accounts for 16 electoral college votes. It was expected that he would be able to flip it in this election, given that he lost by a wafer-thin margin. That's one. Second, North Carolina, again, 16 electoral college votes, where Donald Trump is again leading. One may say that, of course, only about 30% votes have been counted so far, actually less than that. But the fact is, there is a lead that Donald Trump has there. Pennsylvania, 19 electoral college votes there. In some counties, voting ended as late as, in fact, 11 o'clock ET. Right now, it ended. So it may be some time before we actually get to know which way Pennsylvania goes. But some very early trends seem to indicate that Donald Trump had made some dent there as well. So if he gets Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina, then his path to 270 is almost certain. He just needs one more state to flip for him for it to happen. As for Kamala Harris, well, if she's trailing in Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania is very early, then she's got to pick up all the remaining and then hope for that tiebreaker to come in from Nebraska. Nebraska has 3 seats. 1 has been declared. The remaining 2 are yet to be. And if it does happen there, that could probably be Kamala Harris's best bet. But what I can say is it may take some time before the swing states give a verdict, and it's only then we will know whether the celebration party here that's going on will continue through the night or will have to shift halfway across to Florida.
All right. So, very, very important, these swing states. And, as we have been discussing, last few elections, Pennsylvania has always also been a bellwether state.
Yes, indeed.
You've not gone to White House without winning Pennsylvania. That slender lead at this moment for Donald Trump. Now, let's just take a look at the chances of winning. Now, this is based on the leads and the results which are coming in so far and the number of seats which are left. So at this moment, a slight increase in the chances for Kamala Harris, 37%, but Donald Trump sitting there at 62% at this moment, because even if you look at the numbers, the 214 electoral votes play 178 for Kamala Harris. She has caught up, but still Donald Trump there in the lead. And at this moment, like Gauri was telling us, Parmeshwar, if you have the lead in 5 of the 7 swing states, that is going to give a lot of heart to the Republican voters and Donald Trump supporters.
And just imagine what it's doing to Donald Trump as we're speaking right now, Ankit.
Absolutely.
In fact, we have a Republican and Democrat voice on the show with us at the moment. Alex Zidane joining us, Republican strategist, live from New York. Also with us, Spencer Critchley, former communications advisor for the Obama campaign and a Democrat strategist. Spencer, I'd like to begin with you first. Let's dive right into the black voters. As many surveys have highlighted, a lot of black voters seem to be moving away from Kamala Harris this time around and leaning towards Trump. Can you take our viewers through why this might be happening?
There was certainly some movement among Black voters as well as Hispanic voters, and that should be cause for concern to not just the Harris campaign, but to Democrats as a party. The last I saw, some of that movement was reversing. It appeared in particular that Black voters and young Black male voters were returning towards Harris. But the fact that there was any question should be of concern to Democrats. I think that it's a case that Democrats are wrestling with more broadly, where their policies benefit the great majority of Americans, not just Black voters, Hispanic voters, but working and middle class voters. And yet many of those people have stopped believing that, often for more cultural reasons than for fact-based reasons, I think. Now, this is not to say that those people are stupid. It's to say that very often cultural connections greatly outweigh factual arguments. And I think Democrats in general have struggled to unite both the factual substance they can claim, where their policies really do benefit a majority of Americans, a strong majority of Americans, but unite that with a cultural story that resonates with a great majority of Americans. Now, all of that said, I don't want to encourage any judgments too soon, because we could be seeing the famous red mirage right now. Very often elections have shifted as the night goes on and more Democratic leaning votes are counted.
In fact, that's right. Earlier, we were seeing, now the California has been called for the Democrats, and that's why you see a swing up for Kamala Harris in those numbers. 179 at this moment, placed 214. But Alex, if I may come to you, there has been a change of strategy that we saw as far as the Republicans are concerned. Last election, President Trump was very vociferous against the male vote, and he kept speaking against it. This time, there has been a lot of shift in the policy to try and get the male vote as far as the Republicans are concerned, the early vote as well. Is that something that is paying off? Because at least at this moment, the crucial factor has been not just how many people came out to vote on the polling day, but also the number of votes which were, in fact, polled even before the polling started.
Well, I certainly think that mail-ins have been catching on with Republicans, but the early vote has just exploded among Republican voters. They really like it. I saw it myself when I went out to vote on Saturday. Across the country, Republican voters have embraced early voting. And I think you're seeing the results of that tonight, not just the issues that former President Trump leads on, like the economy, like the border, like his peace through strength message, which resonates with every person who votes for him, regardless of their race, color, or creed. But just the fact that Republicans are now running to go out and vote early is a hugely encouraging sign, and it's something that I think that we're seeing pay off right now. Obviously, it is too early to fully claim victory, but right now I think former President Trump is exactly where he needs to be, in an excellent position to retake the White House.
Right. We also have John Rosamondo joining us, who's a U.S. national security commentator. John, there have been many concerns that have been that geopolitical watchers, political analysts have highlighted across the globe, that if Trump gets a second term in office, this time he's coming back with no guardrails. What would this mean for foreign policy? What would this mean for Washington being in good hands as far as NATO is concerned? Take us through some of the implications.
Well, I think this means a return to the sort of peace through strength that we saw in the first term, and also a return to the sort of peace through strength we saw during Reagan's time in office. The last 4 years, we've seen appeasement time after time by the Democrats. We saw that starting with Joe Biden giving away the nuclear agreement when he first came into office, to him appeasing the Iranians. So I think that it is a return to the U.S. working together with India as a major partner, working together with our partners in NATO, but putting more of an emphasis on the Europeans picking up the slack in Europe, with the United States playing a role as a leader. I don't think that we're going to see any sort of isolationism, which has been an unfair criticism leveled by the Democrats and their allies.
Just a corresponding question to that, and specifically talking about Europe, when there is a war going on between Russia and Ukraine, where so far the administration, the Biden administration, has been quite supportive of Ukraine. Donald Trump has continuously been saying that this war has to end. How do you see that happening if, in the likely or in the scenario Donald Trump wins and he reclaims the White House? What happens to that conflict as we speak?
As far as if you're asking me, the conflict in Ukraine is something that simply is not winnable by either side. Ukraine has become a meat grinder. It's very idealistic to claim that we can win and push the Russians out of the territory they control. I mean, I think right now the best alternative is something akin to what we have in Korea, where we've had a demilitarized zone for the past 70 or some years. And, I don't think that there's any way that Ukraine is going to retake the territory currently held by the Russians, doesn't have the military means to do so. And NATO doesn't have the ability to push the Russians out. So you have to be pragmatic in this situation. And I think that President Trump and his national security team will push for pragmatism instead of throwing hundreds of billions of dollars for a strategy that hasn't worked.
Wars, as you know, are becoming ever harder to end. As we speak currently, do you believe the United States remains the most consequential international actor in matters of peace and security?
States has a leading role. We have the largest economy in the world. We have the most powerful military, and we have a lot of credibility. President Trump showed in his first term that he was able to show leadership. He was able to get the NATO members to increase their contributions to over over 2% of their GDP, as was required under the NATO agreement. He also was able to work with Prime Minister Modi to increase the cooperation between the United States and India, and also work with people like Shinzo Abe in Japan to encourage the rearmament, which is something that shows that Donald Trump is not an isolationist.
Right, Spencer, let me bring you in, at this moment with a lot of issues that are being spoken about, and at least the exit poll, while they put democracy right at the top, followed by economy, and then also there is a lot of resonance as far as the reproductive rights are concerned. The Harris campaign would have been hoping that apart from the Democrats, they would be able to get significant votes, even in red states, from the women voters. At least at this moment, with the trends coming in, that doesn't seem to be suggesting that there is a significant dent among this issue as far as the red voters are concerned.
Yes, at this point in the evening, again, with the caveat that we really don't know what's going to happen later in the evening, unless Trump manages to go over the top later this evening. There's a lot I would challenge on a factual basis with what we just heard. But rather than get into the weeds about that, I think that by far the overwhelming issue in this election is that it is not a contest, a normal contest between Republicans and Democrats, or between any version of the right and the left that we're familiar with in a liberal democracy. This is a vote for either one candidate, Kamala Harris, who is in favor of continuing liberal democracy, the liberal democracy that America was founded on as the first one, or overthrowing that, which Trump has already tried to do, not just on January 6th, but through all the months and months of preparation and the multifaceted plan he put together to literally try to overthrow our democracy. And it's far too easy to lose sight of that fact. It's one of those things that's such an enormity of a fact that people tend to banish it from their minds and want to turn towards the normal kinds of debates over economic policy or foreign policy, environmental policy, etc. But really, this is a choice between whether we are in favor of liberal democracy or not. And it's not just Trump following his impulsive, frankly, gangsterish impulses that he did in his first administration. Now he has a large core of committed ideologues who have made no secret of their hostility to liberal democracy. Many of them believe that the United States should be converted to a Christian dominion, taking us back not just to the 50s, as is often said about Trump, but taking us back centuries before the Enlightenment into the Middle Ages. This really is the most concerning issue, as I say, and by far the overriding issue in this campaign. And I would also just, in closing, note that it is part of a global trend. We're seeing this in other advanced democracies like Germany, Italy, France, Britain, and indeed in the Ukraine-Russia war, where Russia represents the anti-liberal forces in their most extreme form, led by a man who Trump openly admires, along with the world's other dictators, attacking an independent liberal democracy. So really, this is an enormous issue, and I think every other issue pales in comparison.
Well, before we get in a word from Alex as well, let's just take a look at the latest visuals coming in, Ankit. The Harris campaign rally on the left side of your screens and the Trump campaign rally on the right side of your screens. Packed crowds, as expected.
But, you know, packed crowds, and if you look at these numbers, very hopeful supporters there. But it also tells you at this moment that, you know, it's muted expectations from both sides. I mean, there is not over-the-top celebrations at this moment, either in both the camps. And, you know, like we've been talking to our guests as well, this election, you couldn't have had two such contrasting, polarizing figures and absolutely different political ideologies battling it out in the United States, isn't it?
Absolutely. In fact, Alex, let's get in a word from you as well. Many actually say that the average American is actually very skeptical about Kamala Harris. In fact, many in your quarters say this out louder. But here she is running against an impeached felon, and it's still a toss-up. How is it that you and your campaign have been able to sort of galvanize such a huge support in a short period of time since when Kamala Harris entered the race?
Well, thank you for letting me respond. I really thought that Spencer was going to accuse the Republican Party of trying to take the U.S. back to the time of the dinosaurs in prehistory. The way that former President Trump reaches people is that he reaches average, regular people who are concerned about their lives, who are concerned about how to put food on the table, who are concerned about crime and migration, who are concerned about their children's future, going to schools, potentially being indoctrinated by woke topics. That's how former President Trump reaches people in their kitchen tables, in their homes, as they go to work, in their hearts, as part of their families. That's the message that works here. And by the way, there's no mystery on what President Trump will do when he gets back into office. He'll construct that southern border wall that he's been advocating for since 2015. He'll improve the economy and lead America and the world with peace through strength. No one knows what Kamala Harris would do if she is elected president, which seems less and less likely by the moment, because Vice President Harris made very little of her plans, didn't give people specifics. People know Donald Trump. He has a record of 4 years when he was president, when America was prosperous and safe. That's what people are reacting to. They want that prosperity and strength back. And they were not able to find any indication that Kamala Harris is capable of delivering that for them and their families.
But Alex, let me ask you this then. I mean, it's still very early. Yes, there are, I mean, at this moment, Donald Trump leads, but, you know, one or two states, swing states here and there, and the result could completely turn on its head. Let me ask you this. Donald Trump has been seen as somebody who is, for the lack of a better word, very abrasive in his approach, the way he speaks. He alienates also a large section of the people, including women, those who have been speaking about, and also people from various descents in America. Is that a worry in the Trump campaign, or does that, you know, somehow come across as a strong point for the core Trump supporters, the core Republican supporters?
He's not alienating people so far tonight. And if you look at the numbers, for black men, the numbers for Muslims, and the youth vote, former President Trump is making strides in those areas, in addition to Latinos, depending on where you look on the map. I think that former President Trump's appeal is that he speaks like a regular guy, a guy that you could walk into a bar and have a conversation with, because he's that blue-collar billionaire that he's been since his developer days in New York City and in Atlantic City, New Jersey. He's a regular guy. He's not some sort of policy wonk sharpening his pencil inside a room in the U.S. Capitol. He's a regular person, and I think people gravitate to that because they want someone who represents them leading their country. Let's not forget former President Trump's greatest slogan that so many people gravitate towards, people who feel oppressed by the establishment and the system. What he says is, they're not coming after me, they're coming after you, but I'm the one standing in the way. People respond to that in a very visceral, positive way.
Alex, you have just said that Donald Trump is a normal, regular person, but then what about the curbs on personal freedom rights? Things like abortion, a male making decisions for a female's body. That's been one of your key issues this election. In terms of being a regular guy, how is it that Donald Trump, born with a silver spoon, is seen and perceived as a regular guy? What has actually gone into building this perception around him?
Well, first, I'll say this about abortion. President Trump was crystal clear. There will be no federal national abortion ban when he returns to the White House. That is a hard no. It's not going to happen. He's not in favor of it. That is something that takes a lot of those issues regarding abortion and puts it on the state level where, by the way, the Supreme Court, not Donald Trump, says they belong. President Trump has an ability to connect with people. I don't know if you've seen the photos of him in front of a large table of McDonald's, him serving at McDonald's in Pennsylvania, driving a garbage truck. Those images stick with people. Yes, the guy has a penthouse suite in Trump Tower. Yes, he owns Mar-a-Lago. But still, he's able to connect with people because he understands that a lot of folks in this country, a lot of hardworking folks,
sorry, I'm interrupting you here, but
safety, security,
there is some important information which is coming in at this moment. Donald Trump, in fact, the Republicans had taken the swing state of North Carolina, though it was expected, but one of the swing states has been called, and it has been called in favor of Donald Trump and the Republicans. So at this moment, where we stand, 230 is playing 179 out of the Electoral College votes that have been counted so far. So Donald Trump looks in the lead at this moment. There are still 6 more swing states that are possibly going to decide which way does this election go. All right, thank you, gentlemen, for joining us at this moment. We'll have to slip into a very, very short break, ladies and gentlemen. What
the
we
question
do,
being, can Kamala Harris catch up at the moment?
Can she catch up? Now, that's the big question. Parmeshwar and I will keep coming back to you along with our team and give you the latest updates here on NDTV World. Stay tuned.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का। छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने।
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day. Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
We reached an agreement on petroling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the petroling which we were doing in 2020.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download.
Welcome, you're watching the non-stop and mega coverage of US elections only on NDTV. The most precise analysis, the fastest updates that you can trust and rely on. And right now it is a very razor-thin lead for Donald Trump. But what will happen? The key swing states decide. But before that, now let's take a look at the top headlines that we're tracking here at this hour. Razor-thin lead for Donald Trump as results start pouring in for the next US president. However, swing states hold key to the final results. Parliamentary panel on external affairs headed by Congress MP Shashi Tharoor will meet today. Foreign Secretary is likely to brief on India, Canada and China ties. Mysuru Lokayukta police are set to question Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah today in the Muda case. After Mahayuti, now MVA to release poll guarantees for Maharashtra. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi along with Mallikarjun Kharge will be in Maharashtra to launch the MVA poll manifesto. Delhi continues to reel under, and before that there are a third of Ranthambore missing tigers who have been identified now. Rajasthan government is swinging into action and setting up a probe committee. Delhi continues to reel under toxic air. Air quality index hits 400 at several locations in the national capital region. Popular folk singer and Padma Bhushan awardee Sharda Sinha dies at the age of 72. Prime Minister Narendra Modi expresses condolences for the voice of Chhath. And starting the bulletin with our top focus here at NDTV right now, Mysuru Lokayukta police are all set to question Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah today in the Muda case. His kin, including his wife, have already been interrogated by the investigating officers. This is, remember, the first time Mr. Siddaramaiah will be questioned in the case. He is scheduled to appear anytime soon now. The Chief Minister is confronted with several issues from Muda to Waqf ahead of the impending by-election in 3 important constituencies in rural Karnataka. And to understand more on this, my colleague Pratibha Raman, who has been tracking this story from day one, is joining me live. Pratibha, Karnataka Chief Minister, who has called the whole Muda scam a political vendetta, is set to appear before the Lokayukta. Take us to the latest political developments.
That's right, today seems to be extremely crucial, mainly because this is the first time that Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah will be interrogated in the Muda scam, and he is scheduled to appear before the Karnataka Mysuru Lokayukta officials today. Remember, it is the Lokayukta that is the investigating agency, and we are right here next to the Mysuru Lokayukta office, where a lot of security that has been tightened in and around this region for the arrival of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah there. And like you already mentioned, this comes at a crucial time when there is impending by-election to 3 important constituencies in rural Karnataka, and he has been enveloped in charges and controversies like the Muda allegations, #1 to start with, and then you have the Waqf controversy. While all this battle is on, Siddaramaiah is scheduled to appear here at the Karnataka Mysuru Lokayukta office, where he will be interrogated into the Muda allegations there. Remember, his kin have already been interrogated by the Lokayukta officials, including his wife on October 25th, where she had to answer all the questions that were posed by the investigating officers there. And the Karnataka High Court as well has asked the Karnataka Lokayukta officials to submit its report by November 25th. And November 26th is when the case has been adjourned, where they've been hearing the plea with respect to transferring the case to the CBI. All eyes are on how this investigation will take shape and how this will affect the political career of Mr. Siddaramaiah. Back to you.
And Pratibha, it's not just the Lokayukta. In fact, the Enforcement Directorate has also filed a money laundering case against Siddaramaiah and others. So it's just not the Lokayukta, but several other probe agencies are tracking Mr. Siddaramaiah, who is facing heat in the Muda scam.
That's right. It's a two-pronged attack on Siddaramaiah as far as the Muda scam is concerned. One, like you mentioned, is the ED that is also investigating the money laundering aspect, because they have been claiming that there are financial transactions. The opposition as well that has been talking about how the entire scam amounts to at least around 5,000 crore rupees. And on the other hand, you have the Lokayukta that has been entrusted with investigating the entire Muda scam. Several of the officials from the Muda have already been interrogated as well as raided by both the agencies. One is the Lokayukta and the other is the ED. The ED has been raiding several residences as well as offices of those officials related to Muda, the existing ones as well as the former ones, including some of the builders as well as other beneficiaries who have been given the sites as compensation for the land that has been usurped by Muda for development of layouts. These are all ongoing investigations that are currently underway, and we'll have to wait to see how both these investigating agencies, when the investigation would be completed, what kind of details would emerge and how would that implicate or give a sigh of relief for Siddaramaiah in the Muda case.
Absolutely, and all eyes will be on the questioning that will take place shortly, anytime now. Thank you so much, Pratibha, for joining me at this hour. Now, the Maharashtra elections appear close, complex and chaotic. Well, 2 days before Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrives in the state to address his first two public meetings in the state, Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha, will be there to launch the Mahavikas Aghadi's poll campaign along with other senior Congress leaders and the alliance partners. However, UBT has unveiled 5 poll promises. Shiv Sena chief Uddhav Thackeray has said that if MVA formed government in the state again, it would ensure that prices of 5 essential food items remain, including sugar, pulses and grain, are kept under check. Uddhav's poll promises came hours after Maharashtra Chief Minister Mr. Eknath Shinde announced Mahayuti's 10 poll promises, vowed hiked support of poor, women, pensioners and farmers. My colleague Radhika Ramaswamy, who is tracking the poll pulse in Maharashtra, is joining me at this hour. Thank you so much, Radhika, for joining me. Take us through the likely poll promises of the Mahavikas Aghadi that will be unveiled today.
You know, as far as Mahavikas Aghadi, or for that matter Mahayuti, is concerned, we've been seeing campaigns are picking up steam in the state of Maharashtra, and very importantly, a lot of poll guarantees, promises and SOPs and schemes being promised by both Mahayuti as well as MVA. Yes, as you mentioned, Uddhav Thackeray yesterday announced a bunch of 5 promises, including free education for girls and boys, affordable homes to residents, recruitment of women cops, and as you mentioned, stability in terms of prices of essential commodities. Besides that, Mahayuti, Eknath Shinde also in his campaign rally in Kolhapur promised 10 SOPs, which again include farm loan waiver, increased monthly support for women, more pension support for senior citizens and so on. So SOPs being promised in many of these campaign rallies, but very importantly, as you mentioned, Rahul Gandhi will be in Maharashtra today. He is going to be in Nagpur to attend a Constitution Sammelan, after which he will be in Mumbai, where he will hold a public rally along with several senior leaders. Mallikarjun Kharge will be present. Apart from that, of course, all the top Congress as well as UBT Sena and NCP Sharad Pawar leaders will be present, where there will be a comprehensive presentation of poll promises as far as MVA is concerned, which includes farm loan waiver, which already is being promised by UBT, by Uddhav Thackeray himself yesterday. And besides that, an assurance of a caste-based census and a counter to Ladli Behan scheme, which is a populist scheme of Mahayuti. Mahayuti has been riding high on this financial assistance scheme provided to women, which the Mahayuti says will increase the guarantee as far as this particular scheme is concerned. However, there could be a counter scheme to Ladli Behan scheme that could be announced by Rahul Gandhi today. So all eyes on that big rally, but certainly politics picking up pace, campaigns picking up pace in Maharashtra, as multiple SOPs and guarantees being promised by both Mahayuti as well as opposition MVA.
Absolutely, Radhika. And November 20 remains the D-Day when voters will cast their vote and choose the next government. Will it be MVA or the Mahayuti remains to be seen. Thank you so much, Radhika, for that quick update. After Karnataka, caste survey is being undertaken in Telangana from today. Former Congress President Rahul Gandhi was in Telangana, I beg your pardon, to discuss with civil society leaders, and he said Telangana would be a role model for a national caste census once the Congress comes to power. On Monday, the state government constituted a dedicated backward caste commission to help in the caste survey following the orders of the High Court. My colleague Uma Sudhir is joining me for more details on this story. Uma, take us through how the Congress government in Telangana is planning to conduct its surveys. What will it entail?
First of all, Rahul Gandhi making a stop in Telangana to have that meeting with the Telangana Chief Minister, civil society and other stakeholders was a message, in fact, to say that the Congress is in fact committed to a national caste census, and 2-3 important statements that he made, saying that one, after Karnataka, of course, Telangana is undertaking this massive exercise, and they are specifically looking at the BC, census, caste census as well, and looking at the socio-economic profile, and that's the reason why on Monday itself, as soon as the High Court had passed some orders saying that the earlier Basic Commission was according to a 1993 Act, and therefore only limited sections or limited parts of the survey would be able to be legally valid through that, and it could be violating the AC orders on this as well, and that's the reason why a new dedicated BC Commission was announced. Some 85,000 enumerators are being put on the job for conducting this, and they will find out the caste and socioeconomic profile of all the different categories. And yesterday Rahul Gandhi specifically mentioned that once the Congress comes to power in the country, he says there will be a national caste census as well. 2, he says it's like an X-ray to find out the kind of caste discrimination that is happening in the country, so that it would give the real picture about the representation of an OBC, SC, ST, all categories in a different arena, like whether it's a judiciary, whether it's a corporate world, or even the media, all these sectors specifically he mentioned. He also said that the 50% cap that has been there for reservation, that would be, that he thinks is not valid and needs to be done away with, and that's what he says the Congress will do if they come to power as well. So what happens today is that an exercise has begun, a formal exercise where all these people are being now given training to carry out and collect the data as part of a survey. So house to house they are going to be sticking stickers and telling them the dates on which they will be coming, and they have asked the public to cooperate to tell what kind of assets they hold, what is their social status, economic status, what is their job, educational status as well, whether they hold any political post. All of that data will be gathered. What I must point out is that when KCR was Chief Minister, he had also got a comprehensive household survey done, a one-day exercise, a massive exercise that is in fact unparalleled anywhere else in the country, and he had collected data, but that was never made public. Congress had always sought that should be made public, but that was never made public. So its own caste census is what the Congress is now looking to do in Telangana. So from November 6 to November 30, this exercise will be carried out, after which we are being told that data will be made public. Back to you.
Absolutely, Uma. Thank you so much for joining me. Now, 25 tigers are missing from Ranthambore, says an internal report by the Wildlife Department. These tigers have not been tracked for 1 year and are not visible in the camera trap either, sending alarm bells ringing in the Rajasthan government. This comes close on the heels of an incident over the weekend where a tiger was found dead in a village on the periphery of the tiger reserve. The tiger wildlife officials suspect the tiger was killed by village people after it mauled a shepherd to death. Take a look at our report.
"25 tigers could be missing from the Ranthambore Tiger Reserve in Rajasthan, a park that boasts a population of over 75 tigers. But since the past 1 year, a report dated 14th October 2024 says 11 tigers have not been tracked or sighted, and 14 tigers are also reported missing in the past few months. That's a total of 25 tigers missing. The Chief Wildlife Warden of Rajasthan has now constituted a committee to investigate the matter.
अब हमने इसके लिए एक कमेटी कल मैंने गठित की है, और वो कमेटी जो है वो 3 लोगों की कमेटी है। इनके जो टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस जो दिए गए हैं वो बड़े क्लियर दिए गए हैं कि भाई एक तो पहले आप ये देखें सारे रिकॉर्ड की छानबीन करें। पहले तो आप सारी मॉनिटरिंग रिपोर्ट्स देखें। दूसरा ये है कि अगर कोई किसी की लापरवाही या वो सामने आती है तो आप उस पर जो है वो कार्रवाई भी करें। कार्रवाई के प्रस्ताव जो है वो आप हमको भिजवाएं। तीसरा ये है कि अगर कुछ सुझाव कमेटी अपना देना चाहती है तो वो सुझाव भी वो हमें दे सकती है।
The missing tigers come close on the heels of another incident in Ranthambore over the weekend, where a 10-year-old male tiger was found stoned to death in a village on the periphery of the national park.
पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट में इनके शरीर में 2 तरह के चोटें दिखाई दिया। कुछ इसका पैरों में और इसका अंडर पार्ट्स में, और बाकी इसके ऊपर की तरफ मुंह की तरफ कुछ शार्प ऑब्जेक्ट से वार किया हुआ जैसा बोन्स है, जिसमें बोन्स स्कल का बोन्स सारे फ्रैक्चर्ड है और रिब्स फ्रैक्चर्ड है, हिप बोन में भी।
The post-mortem of the killed tiger has also not ruled out the use of explosives for the crime, leading to worries that tigers in the national park are vulnerable to attacks by human beings and possibly even poaching. With Sushant Parikh in Jaipur, Harsha Kumari Singh, NDTV.
And now my senior colleague Gargi Rawat, who has been writing about tiger conservation and environment for several years, is joining me. Gargi, a very good morning to you. Take us through the possible reasons behind these 25 missing tigers and what steps is the reserve taking so that such incidents do not reoccur?
Right, Aditi. Now, as Harsha said in that particular report, that this is a cause for alarm. This has raised a lot of concern in Ranthambore, one of the most successful tiger parks in the country, a park which has 75 tigers, and where one knows it's very, very popular with tourists. People come from across the world, in fact, to see tigers in Ranthambore, and because of that, there is a lot of attention on this park. Given this situation, it's quite shocking that 25 tigers are said to be missing. And when we say missing, it's because no evidence of these tigers has been seen for quite some time during the monitoring work that takes place in the park. And this has, of course, the park has 75 tigers, and that's 1/3 that has gone missing. If we say 25 tigers have not been seen. Now, there are several factors here. One is that many conservationists have been talking about how the park is overpopulated already. It's some 900 square kilometers, and you have a population of 75 tigers. That's really not enough for so many tigers. So yes, there are territorial fights as well, where often older tigers are killed by younger tigers vying for that territory. Then you have dispersal of tigers, which is when tigers move off in search of fresh territories as well. And that is when they come into man-animal conflict very often. And this is something that the Forest Department, if they're monitoring well, they should be aware of what routes the tigers are taking. And this is why conservationists say that we need to have a tiger landscape management. So when tigers from Ranthambore may want to move to other areas like Mukundra Hills, which is a fairly new tiger reserve, there should be such corridors existing that they can, move on to safer areas without coming into conflict with people, as what has just recently happened, in which a tiger was killed after a human was killed, and it's considered a retaliatory killing, which is very concerning as well. We don't even know if this is the tiger that killed the man who was herding his goats. So that is something that the Forest Department will have to look into. Another big concern is, of course, poaching, which there were years, 2 decades ago, when there was a major poaching around Ranthambore, but that was brought into control by the Forest Department, and a lot of effort was put into that. So they must ensure that that is not one of the issues that we're seeing here, because we also know that around Ranthambore and in Rajasthan, there is a lot of mining that goes on, as a lot of it illegal mining as well. And in these areas, and there are those areas around Ranthambore, if tigers tend to go into those areas, it's happened in the past that they have been killed by the locals and buried, and you find no evidence of them. So all these factors have to be looked into. Hopefully this committee that has been set up, it's a 3-people committee. They've been given a time of 2 months to come out with its report. And we really want to know what has happened to these tigers. And hopefully some of those questions will be answered and steps taken to ensure this doesn't happen further.
Absolutely. Gargi, thank you so much for joining us with those details. Now, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri is likely to brief the Parliamentary Standing Committee on External Affairs on the issues concerning India's ties with Canada as also bilateral relations with China. A meeting of the committee, which is headed by Congress MP Shashi Tharoor, is slated to take place at 11 a.m. today. The agenda for the meeting states that representatives of the Ministry of External Affairs will give oral evidences on demands for grants of the ministry for the year 2024 to 25, and there will be briefing by Foreign Secretary on issues in India's foreign relations, India-Canada and India-China. Now, this meeting is crucial as a parliamentary panel will be apprised on what India is doing in regards to its connections and bilateral ties with Canada, which have nosedived after Niger killing. There are several allegations that have been made against India by Canada, but India has rebutted and rejected all these allegations. My colleague Mohammad Ghazali is joining me. Ghazali, it is very likely that Foreign Secretary will brief the parliamentary panel. Do we know any more details?
See, there have been the relations between India and Canada, as you rightly pointed out, has hit a rock bottom in the last couple of months, and there have been multiple developments for which the information is not available in the public domain, whether India or Canada ever jointly investigate the killing of Hardeep Singh Nijjar, what the allegations which Canada has been leveling for the last 1 year. Those information will be is likely to be shared in this meeting, and Mr. Misri, the Foreign Secretary, will brief the Standing Committee of the Parliament on External Affairs. There have been other developments, not just Nijjar, but largely about the Indo-Canadian relations and why these allegations have been repeatedly leveled by Canada and what has been India's response. So that would be interesting to see that what kind of communication has been going on between India and Canada, and these are the details or perhaps the likely stuff which will be discussed in this meeting.
Absolutely. Ghazali, thank you so much for joining us with those details. Now, shifting our focus to what's happening in Canada. Well, trouble seems to be mounting for Canadian PM Justin Trudeau back at home. Heated discussion in the House of Commons on the issue of recent attacks and violence on temples in Canada. Leader of the opposition party slams Trudeau for creating divide between society to hide his economic failure. An unseen sectarian violence in Canada due to his division policies. Yes, Trudeau is being put into spotlight back at home. Listen in to this reaction that is coming in.
Now you know his real agenda. He wants to distract from all the economic misery he's called at home. And so he uses divisions here at home. These divisions are the result of him. Under his leadership, we've seen a 251% increase in hate crimes, fire bombings of synagogues, bullets shot at Jewish children's schools, 100 churches burned and vandalized, and now we see sectarian riots on the streets of Brampton. This never happened before this Prime Minister. Does he take ownership for the divisions he's caused and the violence that has resulted?
There you heard it, Canadian LOP pointing and training guns at Justin Trudeau, calling him a divider of the society to hide his own failures. But this is not the first time that the Canadian LOP has said it. Time and again, the Canadian LOP has putting pressure on the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and seeking his resignation over failure to put a stop at the violence that is happening in Canada against Hindus as well as other communities. My colleague Mohammad Ghazali is joining me for more details. Ghazali, again, Trudeau is facing heat back at home. Canadian LOP is pointing guns at Justin Trudeau and saying that it is an attempt, a diversion tactic, in fact, by Trudeau, that these attacks are taking place only to hide his own failure.
Yes, the leader of opposition yesterday slammed Justin Trudeau for his politics, telling that how not just the social indicators, but the economic indicators have also dipped, and this recent controversy was the main point of attack, where the leader of opposition said that Mr. Trudeau is creating divisive, is practicing divisive politics, showing a kind of division in the society, which has seen Indian communities against each other on the streets. And he said that it's more of a diversion from its failures of governance.
Right, Ghazali, thank you so much for joining us with those details. Now, shifting our focus to what's happening in Israel, well, protests have erupted in Israel after Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu fired the country's defense minister, Yoav Gallant. Netanyahu said a crisis of trust between the two leaders led to his decision, adding that his trust in the defense minister had eroded in recent months and foreign minister would step in to replace him. Gallant said his removal was due to disagreement on 3 issues, including his belief that it is possible to get the remaining hostages back from Gaza if Israel makes painful concessions, which it can bear. Now, many protesters on the streets were calling for Netanyahu to resign and demanding the new defense minister prioritize a hostage deal. And now, national capital, Delhi's air quality remained very poor today morning with a thin layer of smog covering several parts of the national capital for the 6th consecutive day post-Diwali. According to the Central Pollution Control Board data, the air quality index in Delhi was recorded at 358 as of 8 a.m. today. Top Court has asked Delhi government to submit action taken report to fight pollution. My colleague Ishika has more details.
The air quality index of the national capital continues to remain in the very poor category. Now, as per the CPCB data, even today, the air quality index recorded here is 358. Now, let me tell you that we are reporting from Akshardham, and my camera person Ashwini is in fact trying to show you the Akshardham temple, but I'm pretty sure that you'll be able to see the smog around it. And not just the Akshardham temple, I'll ask my camera person Ashwini to in fact pan around and show you the entire area. You'll see that how the smog in fact has engulfed the sky, and this is the visual in fact that you'll be getting from every corner of the national capital. Now, in fact, let me tell you that if we talk about the air quality index that has been in fact recorded in different areas of the national capital, let me show you that Bhavana in fact here, as per the CPCB data, has recorded the air quality index of 410. Now, if we talk about Ashok Vihar, there the air quality index has been recorded at 399. That means it is just one AQI, below the severe category. Now, if we talk about Anand Vihar, now let me show you that the Anand Vihar seems to be missing from the CPCB data app. But the experts tell us that in fact there also the air quality index has crossed the 400 mark. And there are various places here in the national capital that have already recorded an air quality index of over 300. Now, if we talk about the Delhi government, now yesterday the Environment Minister Gopal Rai informed that from today the anti-open burning campaign of Delhi government is going to start. It will be a 1-month-long campaign. It will start from today and it will go on until 6th of December. 588 teams are going to be deployed on the ground to ensure its implementation. Now, apart from that, the anti-dust campaign of the Delhi government under the Winter Action Plan is already underway. Yesterday, Gopal Rai informed that over 60 lakh rupee of penalty has already been imposed on the violators. But certainly, the bigger question remains that till when will these steps actually in fact show real impact on the ground, and till when can the residents of the national capital can actually expect some relief in regard to the air quality index here in Delhi.
And now in some unfortunate news, Sharda Sinha, the beloved folk and classical singer, passed away at the age of 72 at Delhi's AIIMS hospital, where she was on ventilator support. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Union Minister Rajnath Singh expressed their heartfelt condolences on the demise of renowned folk singer Sharda Sinha. Now, Sinha had been conferred with the title Bihar Kokila or Bihar's Nightingale, passed away on Tuesday night at 9:20 p.m. The singer was known to have sung thousands of folk songs and Chhath Puja songs and made a strong mark in the hearts of people with her voice. Sinha had been awarded with a Padma Shri and Padma Bhushan, will be given a final farewell with state honours. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. But right after the break, our non-stop US coverage comes up.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
कैसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
That we may have a little bit more policy space in the matter, be less sort of looking into what's happening inside here. There might be greater support in terms of the issues that we have vis-a-vis China, maybe on the issues of the environment, fossil fuels, etc. We may have greater space for development where we are facing these problems. So, look, India as a country has positioned itself relatively well. We've done well. We have become the 5th largest economy, where we would be a country of interest to everyone. Having said all of this particular thing, I would say that the greatest number of challenges for people outside the United States of America for a Trump presidency would be in Europe. And he has mentioned this last time too, and I'm sure that would continue to be the issue again this particular time. For us, perhaps a little bit more of policy space. But at the end of the day, you know, we are a country that matters, a country that would be of interest to the United States. And for a president where economy is the focus, make more money, etc. there, of course, that doesn't mean it'll all be hunky-dory. Trade, migration, all of those are issues we'll have to contend with.
And you stick by this, knowing that Trump is known to have an isolationist foreign policy approach.
Yes, I completely agree with you. You know, the Democrats over the years have moved towards this hegemonic America, spread the word. That's the kind of thing that they say. Perhaps the world has changed a little bit. And why has it changed fundamentally? We in India like the idea of the rise of the Indo-Pacific. Fundamentally, that means the rise of China, a major challenge. Think about it. The Western world ran the world for a long time with no competition. And now you have a country which is likely to become the largest economy in the world within the next 20, 30 years. So these are challenges. They are challenges which are reflected in the United States. The kind of vote that you've seen Trump gathering right from 2016, what is it? It's, in a sense, I wouldn't say denial of globalization, but certainly the impacts of globalization. We sitting in India are happy with globalization. We've done well. The Chinese are happy. Most people in the developing world are happy. But the old developed world countries, those who benefited by just simply being there, doing their bit, producing the air conditioners and the cars, they want to know what's happened. Okay. Why the challenge? Why the air conditioners are coming from China? Why are the cars coming from somewhere else? What is happening? Why not us? So there is a reaction. And I think you are seeing that over the last so many years.
All right, let's go across to Alistair, who's been tracking the elections very closely indeed. Alistair, thanks very much for being with us. Give us a sense of what's happening around you. Are people willing to accept right now that it's going to be Trump all the way? It just
nice
seems
to see
that
him
way.
smiling, though, considering the numbers, the dismal numbers so far.
I'm smiling because I'm out here in the cold and we can really feel the chill. And joining me is Kamala Harris supporter, Ajay. Ajay, we've gotten word, as you know, about North Carolina, the Associated Press calling it for Donald Trump. How do you feel?
I'm a little disappointed. I mean, I think we had a good chance, but our margins are close, and you know, the window appears to be closing on the electoral vote side. But hopefully, we can still pull it through. You know.
Okay,
it's
so.
not done. Sure.
Yeah, it's not done. You're saying it's not done. We're still waiting, but it's kind of leaning towards Trump. So we were at a watch party just now, which has kind of wound up. But the watch party for Donald Trump, when this news came in, they were absolutely ecstatic about North Carolina. They were cheering. But here, of course, it doesn't seem to be the case. What do you think went against Kamala Harris?
I think the issue about the economy seems to be more than I expected. You know, he seems to have used that to his advantage. You know, in associating her with Biden. You know.
All right. So you blame Biden for this. So not sure. I can't hear the studio right now, but I'm going to hand it back to you.
Parmeshwar?
Well, thanks so much for that update, Alistair. We will, of course, revert to Alistair for regular updates. We also have with us at the moment Andrew Latham joining us, Professor of Political Science, International Relations, Regional Conflict and Security, as well as Foreign Policy. Andrew, along expected lines, or would you say that the polls got it slightly wrong? I mean, world over, it's not the best time for incumbent governments, it seems.
I'm not sure the polls got it entirely wrong. It was always going to be tilted in favor of Trump, whether you like it or not. Kamala Harris, I have to say, is an empty pantsuit, and she was never going to sway people. You know, there's the usual things. Minnesota's going the way it does because I live here, and it's going the way it always does. And Texas is going the way it always has. She really wasn't positioned to transform the electoral landscape in the United States. She simply wasn't.
Puneet, let me take that across to you. You'd be very happy with what you're seeing right now. It just seems increasingly unlikely, if not impossible, for Kamala Harris to win from here on. I'm not sure this is going to be a landslide win, but it's not likely at this juncture going to be a narrow win for Trump. It's going to be a fairly significant one.
Yeah, not quite. If you're asking me, not quite.
No, I'm asking Puneet. Go ahead, Puneet.
Not quite a landslide.
Just 1 second, sir. I'm asking the other panelist. Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead.
As he said, she's an empty suit which was put up or anointed rather than being elected, as President Trump was within the Republican leadership to lead, and especially in the time in the failed presidency of Biden and inherited. And the continuation by Kamala Harris with no message, no clarity of what she was going to do, but she was all the time beating up on President Trump with no clear message. And with the economy, inflation, immigration crisis, wars in the Middle East and in Ukraine, and what has happened in Afghanistan, it was a complete failure. And that's the reason what you're seeing today, it shouldn't be a surprise to the folks. We expected a win from President Trump because he stayed on message. And if you started seeing in the last few days of the campaign, he was cruising. Look at the McDonald's serving fries at McDonald's or making fries at McDonald's at the same time driving the dump truck. He had it, and visiting the victims of the hurricane, he showed the empathy and the tenaciousness of campaigning. And she only was seen and perceived as an elitist by having Oprah Winfrey and all the rich folks raising money for her with no substance to really give it to the American people. And that's the reason why you see a shift in the Black Americans, the Hispanic Americans, as we've seen in Dade County in Florida, and in the Asian American population.
Okay. Puneet, just bear with me. I've got Ambassador Suresh Goyal with us in the studio. I mean, I'm going to go one step ahead and say that Trump's winning these elections, or if not, that being the case, what does Trump bring to India in terms of foreign policy? Does it really make a difference for us who's in power in the US?
Vishnu, first of all, I don't really think that I can give it away like this, that Trump is winning. I mean, I look at the numbers. It is around 209. Kamala Harris is going ahead. I mean, I know it's an outlier, but it can happen. And I'm keeping my hope. And I'm keeping my hopes up.
All right.
Okay. But coming to the question that you put, if you look at the balance sheet of what Trump and Kamala Harris would mean really, Trump first. Trump is very transactional. Trump's interest really with India is mostly, it's not security or strategy related. He looks at India basically in terms of trade, economic, largest market, how much can USA sell to India, what does India have to offer in return, etc. Please remember last time also when he was the president, he questioned India's trade policies so often. And this time also he has already declared that he would impose double the traffic on Indian goods, etc., etc. That is number one. Number two, China, which is really the dragon in the China shop, particularly next door to us in Indo-Pacific and across our borders. Now, Trump's interest in China is purely trade related. Most of the US companies, they're leaving China, if they want to leave China, they're trying to leave China, but they're not able to leave China basically because of the investment they have done already, the amount of investment. And many of them have already said that they're finding it difficult to leave. iPhone, for example, is finding it difficult to leave, even though they have come to India and they have done some kind of production.
Right.
Now, if that is the case, and suddenly it so happens that China and the USA again begin to look at partners, trade partners, in a more positive way. How does it impact on India? Where does Indo-Pacific go? Because our policies vis-a-vis China have really been pivoted to Indo-Pacific.
Ambassador, just give me half a second. I wanted to go across to Parul Khemka, the New Jersey State Director for South Asians for Harris. Parul, it's not looking good for you now, is it? Do you accept that it's going to be Trump most likely as the president, or do you actually feel that it's still too early to call these elections?
It is too early to call this election right now. We don't even have so many of the urban centers where the long lines existed, where all of those Democratic hubs are. They have not finished counting their votes. So I think we're all jumping the gun. I just want to respond to something that my colleagues here on my sides have said about that Kamala Harris has no plan. I don't know where you're reading this up, but I think the only person who has communicated any kind of policy plans has been Kamala Harris. And I totally agree with Mr. Goyal here, who does say that he has already gone ahead and talked about doubling tariffs for India. He has already gone ahead and said that he's going to be very firm with them. He has, in the past, he has told us and said that there will be repercussions if we don't supply the hydrochloroquine when it was COVID times. So I think it's very important that, as South Asians, as we know that we are also here we're struggling with somebody who has a very strong, vehement opinion and is looking to be just for the nationalist Christians that have interest in the country. So I'm very, I really want to tell you, hold your horses. If there's any Democrat, the one thing that you know is that you have to stay awake way past midnight to really see what's coming down and trickling down.
But Parul, I understand your sense that, look, wait, hoping against hope. But let's just look at the percentage of votes in the swing states. Wisconsin, 76%, Pennsylvania, 66%, North Carolina, 92%, Georgia, 93%, Arizona, 50%. So for Kamala Harris to actually make a comeback in a couple of these states, Wisconsin, for example, where there are 76% of votes in, she'd have to win almost everything of the remaining votes. And that's the case in so many of the other swing states. That seems unlikely.
Here's the thing. One thing that we've seen definitely is there's a big turnout in the rural areas. And that's the area where it's the easiest to count the votes because they're coming in quicker. There are fewer people there. Let's wait and watch. This game is not over until it's over. This game is probably not going to be over until later in the morning.
Okay, so some breaking news coming in. Sorry to interrupt. The Republicans, it appears, have taken the Senate. That's some information that we're getting in right now. That's a huge development right now. Puneet, you want to come in over there? A quick comment from you on that?
Yes, we took over West Virginia, and I think we won Nevada. No, I think it was Nebraska. And I think Montana is still in play, and maybe Nevada too. So I think we are doing exceptionally well, and that's the reason our friend says that we don't have a plan. We do have a plan, and we'll hold the House, have taken the control of the Senate, and we will have the White House. So it's a clear win for the Republican Party, but more importantly, it's a clear win for the Americans who believe in individual liberty.
Andrew Latham, could you tell us about the significance? Sorry, Parmeshwar, I know you wanted to jump in.
No problem.
Of the Senate being won by the Republicans?
So no matter who wins the presidency, this is a country in which there are these checks and balances. And it looks to me like the Republicans are going to take the House, and they're going to take the Senate. And from what I can tell right now, although we have to wait till tomorrow, it looks like they're going to take the presidency as well. I'm not that concerned because I think there are guardrails built into this system. I think there are checks and balances, and I don't think we saw when Donald Trump was president the last time, he couldn't get away with whatever he wanted to do. There are guardrails, there are checks, there are balances, and whether it doesn't matter who is in the driver's seat, they can't do anything that they want to do just because they want to do it. And this is something I love about the American political system. This is different from the parliamentary system in India, in Canada, in the UK. This is different. There are real guardrails in place to prevent lunatics, if I can put it that way, from doing whatever they want to do.
All right, Puneet has a frown on his face. He has the right to respond to that. Go ahead, Puneet.
The founding fathers were very clear to have the balance of power not in one person's hand, because we have seen lunatics take over and take a democracy into an autocracy, as we have seen other nations. So that's the reason why we have the legislative arm, we have the judicial arm, and we have a very strong leaders in our nation who really love this country and love the individual liberty. And as I said, it's the victory for individual liberty, and we all believe that we have a God-given freedom and rights. So I echo what Andrew was saying.
It's their country. They have a right to look at it. But we saw when there were no these kinds of guardrails, Roe v. Wade And you've seen all those particular results.
And the 3 Supreme Court judges appointed by Donald Trump himself.
Absolutely, Parmeshwar. Look, the thing is, no one says that you can do what you want. That's not the idea. But the question of guardrails is, we are making these judgments in terms of America being the global leader, liberal policies, so many other aspects of those things. Those did take a bit of a backseat. As far as we are concerned in India, perhaps we like the idea of a little bit more policy space to be able to do your own things yourself, to take advantage of the fact that you are a huge and majorly growing economy. So everybody looks at it different. I fully appreciate the perspectives of the colleagues who are sitting there. Each of them come from their own side. But one of the things is, it would appear that, you know, there has been a kind of education divide in terms of what you see. Secondly, in terms of the monies. I'm not talking about the very rich guys with huge capexes from California and what they did, but otherwise the guys who are in business, etc., their understanding and their approach versus professional. So it would seem to me, who has never held a green card, who's only lived in the United States as a diplomat and is an Indian in every sense of the word, stands for India. But, you know, I respect their perspectives.
But Parul, many of Kamala Harris's critics have actually pointed out that she has been salient on issues of economy and inflation. Would you attribute Donald Trump's performance so far, in terms of the numbers that we're seeing, to the fact that Kamala Harris hasn't been crystally clear in terms of disclosing her plan, her agenda?
I just have to say something to this. I feel like she has said a lot about her economic plan. I'm not clear about what you're
Has she been crystally clear, and has she convinced her voters?
Well, whether you're talking about, you just said she's not crystal clear about her plan. She has been absolutely crystal clear. She's the one who said she has a plan, not a concept of a plan. And, you know, when Donald Trump went out and said, yes, you know, I want to get rid of Obamacare and I want to replace it with something much better. And when he was asked, what's your plan? He said, I have a concept of a plan. There are, even in terms of economy, she has clearly been stating what her plan is. Those plans have been communicated plenty of times.
All right. I just give me half a second, Andrew Latham. If you look at the larger picture right now, the Senate is gone to the Republicans. The Congress would likely be retained by the Democrats. The White House is headed towards the Republicans, who already have a big say in terms of control of the Supreme Court. Which way is America headed?
Well, it's headed in a very Republican, Trumpian direction. And I'm not sure that that's a bad thing. Again, I come back to guardrails. These Trump, J.D. Vance and Trump, and they can't do whatever they want. At the end of the day, there are these guardrails in place that this is a very resilient...
Andrew, we're talking about guardrails even before he's won the election. I mean, I sense, I hear your sense of foreboding. I hear your sense of worry loud and clear that, oh my God, let's just hope things aren't as bad as they can be.
Well, no, that's not where I was going. I was going to make a point about resilience. The American political system is very resilient. This is not Italy in 1920 with Mussolini coming to power, and it's not Nazi Germany in 1933. This is a very resilient democracy, and it doesn't really matter at the end of the day whether Kamala Harris or Donald Trump or Andrew Latham is elected. It really doesn't matter, because there's only so much that you can do. You can push things in this direction, you can push things in that direction, but you can't. The nonsense talk about fascism, I've taught courses on fascism for 30 years. The nonsense talk about that F word that has permeated the American political discourse for the last little bit is, I'm just going to say silly. I could say stupid, but it's just nonsensical.
All right.
This is not Italy in 1925.
I get the point that you're making, that there are enough checks and balances. Ambassador Goel, before we go to a break, again, what would this mean for India with Trump likely headed to the White House? We do know that there is a good equation with Trump and Prime Minister Modi. We both have concerns over China. There is a deep technology investment from India in America and America in India as well. Do you see this relationship just going up and up?
You know, Vishnu, I mean, we are here at the moment talking about the US elections because even though it's an election in the USA,
it's an election around the world,
it really should matter to the Americans as to who they elect. But we are all sitting here like the other places around the world, wondering as to who is going to come there, because American president is the one who impacts not just on America or one country, he impacts on the entire globe. And not therefore, when you talk about India versus the USA, the relationship, I've already spoken about the bilateral part of it really. I don't think that we can be very comfortable with the transactional president, and I'm being very, very moved here in that sense, that we will have to watch what his mood is like. He's very, very volatile. He could be very unpredictable from time to time. Right. But the point really here is that our future, or what our policy space, as Manjeev said so often, will depend not only what USA and India are, but what happens in Europe, what happens in Middle East. Now, if Trump's policies are going to impact on the Middle East the way I look at it, I think there is a lot of risk factor there.
Okay, let me interrupt you there. I do need to take a short break at this stage, come back to the very latest. It is headed towards the Republican camp. Donald Trump does seem to be headed back to the White House. We aren't calling it just yet, but for the Democrats to actually win from here on, that seems difficult. Live images from a Harris campaign rally to the left of your screen, a Trump campaign rally to the right. We expect both leaders to be there soon. Will Harris at some stage concede defeat? We don't know. I think she'd still be waiting. But now with substantial percentage of votes in the swing states, it looks very difficult for the Democrats. We'll be back in a moment.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
Reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From maximum city, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day. In the US elections, it's Donald Trump who's won the crucial swing state of North Carolina, and Trump is leading in 5 other swing states as well. The 7th swing state, that's Nevada, is yet to start counting. And Foreign Secretary likely to brief the Parliament panel on the India-Canada ties. The parliamentary panel will be briefing the external affairs headed by Congress MP Shashi Tharoor, and that's going to start any minute now. And Mysuru Lokayukta police are said to question Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in the Muda scam today. And a resolution passed against Article 370 as far as the application is concerned, with ruckus in the Assembly after the BJP opposing Omar Abdullah's government resolution. And it's guarantees versus guarantees in the state of Maharashtra, the poll-bound state. After Mahayuti and the Mahavikas Aghadi, they will be, now it's the turn of the Mahavikas Aghadi to release its poll guarantees. After Mahayuti now, it's MVA's turn, and it's going to be Rahul Gandhi who's going to be in Mumbai during that promises that will be made by their party. A third of Ranthambhore's tigers are missing, and the Rajasthan government has now set up a probe committee to find out how those tigers, 25 of them, have disappeared. Popular folk singer and Padma Bhushan awardee Sharda Sinha has died at the age of 72. Is the Prime Minister and Rajnath Singh expressing their condolences at the loss of the voice of Chhath. Very good afternoon. Let's just get you the very latest. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadva. You're watching. Let's get you up to speed as far as Mysuru's Lokayukta police is concerned. Of course, Siddaramaiah has arrived. He will be questioned. The Karnataka's chief minister is going to be questioned in the Muda case. His wife has already been questioned by the investigating officers. This is the first time that the chief minister is being questioned in the case. The chief minister is confronted with several issues, from Muda to the Waqf issue as well, ahead of the impending by-elections in 3 important constituencies in rural Karnataka. The Lokayukta has already filed an FIR on the orders of a special court, and besides Siddaramaiah, his wife as well as his brother-in-law have been named in the FIR. Do remember, the ED has also filed a money laundering case against the Chief Minister as well as others. The Enforcement Directorate had earlier conducted searches in Mangalore as well as Bengaluru and Mandya and Mysuru in connection with the Muda-linked money laundering case. We have Pratibha joining us to get us more on this. Pratibha, Karnataka Chief Minister, who has called the whole Muda scam a politically, vendetta-driven politics here that's coming out to play, is set to appear before the Lokayukta. Take us through the latest updates. And this also, at a time when the ED has also filed a money laundering case against the Chief Minister.
Well, it's been 1 hour since Chief Minister Siddaramaiah drove into the Karnataka Mysuru Lokayukta office, and this is the first time, like you already mentioned, that he's being questioned in the Muda scam. And this has been one of those allegations that has been haunting him for a couple of months now, and this time it is extremely crucial, mainly because you have 3 assembly constituencies that are getting into by-election mode in rural Karnataka. In fact, one of the most high-profile ones is Channapatna, which is very close to Mysuru, and in fact Siddaramaiah is scheduled to campaign there. We'll have to wait to see how how long the questioning would take place and what kind of details would emerge from it, because we're also talking of not just the Muda but also the Waqf controversy that has been clouding Siddaramaiah as well as the Congress government during the impending election season here in Karnataka. And this kind of questioning has already been done by the Lokayukta officials with respect to Siddaramaiah's kin, including his wife during October. And this time it is Siddaramaiah for the first time appearing before the Lokayukta officials. And it's not just one investigating agency. We are talking of two investigating agencies that are running parallel investigations. The Lokayukta with respect to the Muda scam and the ED with respect to the financial irregularities attached to the Muda scam. And that is about the money laundering case. And the ED has already conducted raids with respect to the residences as well as the offices of officials related to Muda. And all eyes are on how this would really play out, not just with respect to the election here, but also with respect to the political career of Siddaramaiah. Back to you.
Right. Let's just also listen in to Priyank Kharge and what he had to say.
Why should the CM resign? All right. The Honorable BJP President, the state BJP President, has a ED case against him. ECIR has been registered. Has he resigned? It's a very serious offence. And this is a politically motivated case. Everybody knows it. How they misuse governor's office, how they are misusing other constitutional institutions. So there's nothing surprising. And Honorable CM has very clearly, categorically told that, look, this is politically motivated, I'm a law-abiding citizen. Whatever the constitutional institutions ask me to do, I will do. And he is sure that he's going to come out of this.
And let's just switch tracks to Jammu and Kashmir and ruckus that broke out in the House as Assembly passes a resolution to demand the restoration of Jammu and Kashmir's special status. So ruckus over Omar Abdullah's government resolution, and this is a resolution against Article 370's abrogation that was passed by the BJP. And now the BJP, of course, is opposing the resolution by the government of the new Chief Minister. To get more on this, we have Nazir joining us. Nazir, take us through the proceedings that took place in the Assembly and the ruckus that has broken out.
Well, as the Assembly session was convened today, Speaker announced that the Deputy Chief Minister Surinder Chaudhary will be moving a resolution demanding restoration of Jammu and Kashmir special status under Article 370. As the Deputy Chief Minister Surinder Chaudhary moved the resolution on behalf of the government of Jammu and Kashmir, it was seconded by another Minister, Sakina Yatu. So there was a BJP strongly opposed it and said it has no meaning because Parliament of India has actually declared that revoked or scrapped Article 370, but it did not stop here. And Speaker asked the BJP members who have the strength of 28 members in the 90-member Assembly to speak on this, but there was a lot of pandemonium and slogans against each other. Then finally, Speaker announced that there would be voice voting, and around 60 members voted in favor of the resolution. And BJP's 28 members, they opposed it. Then they jumped in the well of the House, and since then there's pandemonium in the House. They are sitting on the chairs and the table of Assembly Secretariat and the Secretary of the Assembly. They tore the copies of the resolution, saying it is anti-national, it is a Pakistani agenda. In fact, they are terming Surinder Chaudhary, Deputy Chief Minister, as Jaichand of Jammu. And they are shouting slogans as like August 55 Zindabad, while as on the other side, Rajni bands are shouting slogans demanding restoration of statehood, this statehood and the special status. So, and I spoke to Sunil Sharma, BJP leader and the legislative party leader in the Assembly, is saying they will not allow the House to function. They're saying it is against the, it was not part of the business. And suddenly Speaker spoke up again, talked about bringing the resolution. So clearly it was a, agenda of the National Conference. They had promised it in their manifesto. All the parties, including PDP, People's Conference members, Sajjad Lone and others, and Congress, they all supported the resolution, and there were 28 members of the BJP who opposed it. So a lot of pandemonium rocks in the J&K Assembly right now, even as the House remains adjourned for some time, but clearly members are still shouting slogans inside the Assembly here in Srinagar. So clearly this is something, it may not have any constitutional validity, but it has a huge political meaning that the Legislative Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir is not accepting and showing its concern over the revocation of Article 370 or special status, and asking central government to start a dialogue with the elected representatives to restore the special status of Jammu and Kashmir, to protect identity and dignity and other things of Jammu and Kashmir, which has been the agenda of National Conference. So clearly, a lot of fireworks in the assembly today, as opposition is clearly shouting slogans. As you can see in the visual, they tear apart the copies of the resolution. It is clearly a lot of, in the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly after the House passed resolution demanding special status for Jammu and Kashmir, which has been scrapped on August 5, 2019. So big political message by the National Conference and the House. It's clearly up to the center whether they would do that or not, which is clearly impossible. But the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly trying to send a message, since it was a unilateral decision, we don't accept it and we show our concern and we want a restoration of